It's time for more of the Temple of Space. Believe that's more or less what's left. There's a bit of stuff in Dormant that I'm probably going to leave until Prune and... till Prune and Welland are actually available. And that's right. Hello, how you doing? I'm just gonna poke around Temple of Space. I'm probably leaving Mondstadt until, well, in town for next patch, so I can see if it's any different if you use Welland or Welland or Prune for that, and yeah, obviously this is a joke about next patch being very bad, especially for Cole. Unfortunate. Okay. So let's just do those dailies real quick. I see you were asking about Tartaglia. Do you want him on theater trial characters or something? I will say that it's not all that strong. Oh, okay. His best 4-star weapon last I checked was Viridescent Hunt, because it gives crit rate. I mean, in general, it's not very easy to make him good. Unless you have cons. I mean, you could always go for constellations, but, oh goodness, in terms of his constellations, it's the C4 that gives him some off-field, which is actually pretty useful for speedruns, though of course that requires a lot of investment. It's the cooldown decrease, energy. Yeah, none of these are particularly impactful. None of them are particularly impactful other than C4. Okay. Well, if you've got a C4, you got a 5-star, then that... Oh, no, to be fair, I think a high refined Viridescent might be competitive, honestly. Because... oh, Skyward isn't that amazing. Notably, Prune is actually pretty good with Skyward. The new Varka support. 4-star Animo. The really crazy thing is, apparently Welland's not going to be standard. As it turns out, the idea that we're getting a new standard every year was kind of a creative interpretation. Okay, fair. Yeah, I farmed for mine a long time ago. It's been a long time since I've actually updated his set. I mean, I farmed some Nymph Stream for him, but I've just had so many other characters to build that I haven't even leveled that, even after farming it years ago. That's a good question. There's a good chance, honestly, that they saw the positive reception he was getting and decided to not make him standard. Because these things aren't decided until, for some time. I mean, it's kind of a shame because he's a little underwhelming, honestly, treating him as a limited. Though, to be fair, I think some of it might be the fact that, as a cryo on-fielder who isn't tied to a specific reaction, because Skirk is basically tied to freeze and freeze only. He probably will get at least a little bit better when... yeah. Well, we'll see. They haven't said anything specifically yet, but they could always backpedal. It's just, they haven't said he is for sure yet. But as I was saying, Rithesli wasn't rerun on Fontaine Chronicled. In part, people think because he's going to get a lot better when stellar reactions come out, and having characters that can apply cryo. Because apparently stellar reactions are going to be Ramgrass, Sodendro, Swirl, Animo, and Stellar Conduct for Electro, with no Hydro in there, no kind of lunar freeze. Meaning Skirk is going to be entirely excluded from it. Welland would have some trouble with it, because you really, at least right now, want to run him Melt or Freeze, but if we get better off-field options, that could quickly stop being the case. There's nothing in his kit that requires Melt or Freeze specifically, just strong off-field sub-DPS. And so we'll see what happens. But again, a lot of people speculate that the reason Rithesli, despite him not being good right now, did not run on Fontaine Chronicle this patch is because they're expecting him to get a lot better shortly because of stellar reactions. And I think that's probably a pretty fair assumption. The very interesting thing is, with the lunar reactions we've gotten, all of them have been based off of reactions that either do non-Hydro damage or don't do damage at all. Because Bloom, Crystallize deals no damage, Geo or otherwise. Bloom deals Dendro, not Hydro. Electrocharge deals Electro, not Hydro. Leaks, quote-unquote, though of course, again, leaks aren't really that reputable these days, are saying that, stellar reactions are going to kind of be the opposite. Instead of, buffing an on-fielder dealing primary damage, it'd be buffing an off-fielder as the primary source of damage. So again, Lowen, who is based around being an on-field driver for strong off-field main DPS characters, would work pretty well with that framework for Stellar. I mean, and part of it makes sense for Stellar to be different because all the reactions, Rhymegrass is entirely new, but both both Cryo Swirl, which would become Stellar Swirl, and Superconduct, which would become Stellar Conduct, are reactions that deal cryo damage. Superconduct and Cryo Swirl both deal cryo damage. So it makes sense for it to be a bit different. Also, apparently Sandrone, despite being the Stellar Conduct on-fielder, though again we won't know for a couple of weeks, is going to be a cryo on-fielder, which means that instead of lunar reactions being you've got one Hydra with either Ino or Bina, generally at least, if you're running the team right, and then after that, an on-fielder of the other element, and an off-fielder to buff them. Or in Lunar Crystallize's case, it's all Geo except for Bina. You have, as in a devoted on-fielder and off-fielder for Lunar, and then the Hydro character as Bina or Ino, and then, again, Lunar Crystallize being special and stronger, gets to have a second off-fielder in a Luga dedicated. To be fair, Lunar's Charge was supposed to have Yahoda kind of as their dedicated 4-star, but it didn't work because she just isn't very good. It's sad. But, we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. But, again, since Andrene's crowd implies that, unless Tsaritsa ends up not being Cryo somehow, which would be bizarre, we're going to have at least 2 Cryo characters and then maybe one otherwise, which raised the implication that we'll be getting a weirdly high number of Cryo characters in Snezhnaya if we're getting not just the Tsaritsa as Cryo, but a Cryo character for every stellar reaction. At least one. Though, to be fair, there's no rule saying that, it's just patterns. Because, we could easily have Sandrone as the on-fielder for Stellar Conduct as Cryo, and then have an Anemo and Dendro on-fielder for Rhymegrass and Stellar Swirl. Nothing is saying that it has to be that way. It's just that with Notcry, it was, again, pretty standard. There were a couple of Hydro characters, and then 2 or 3 characters. Sorry! Should I end it now? I know you're kidding. But as I was saying, there's no rule, it's just that Notcry is pretty patterned. You have one off-fielder, one on-fielder 5-star for every given lunar reaction. It'd be weird, but not necessarily impossible for it to be different with Stellar, but we'll see. I think it's fun one way or another that they're finally giving Traveler a gun. Though it raises the question of what the normals are going to be like if... Well, that's right, we need to get out of the way. Hi there. Got a few more articles, and we may run out of apps. It looks fun. I also got that Wolf Electro character, which... I don't know, we'll see if he's a 4-star or not. Main thing, of course, is whether he's going to be off or on field. There was that interesting thing where he threw a spear and then Cryo Traveler threw a spear, which, at least to me, and I'm surprised nobody noticed it or commented on it, though of course it's very soon after that trailer, that the Cryo Traveler may have some ability to replicate the skills of other Snezhnaya characters. It's interesting. Yeah, well, here's the thing about Tartaglia. His best artifact set is Nymph's Dream, which is the one you get from the final Sumeru talent domain. I mean, Sumeru artifact domain. This is actually kind of okay. Maybe I should save that. But going to have to strongbox in a second. No, they're never going to do that. That's never happening. Well, you probably have better pieces, but Nymph's Dream, assuming equal substats, is a decent degree better than Heart of Death for him. That's how it is. Well, that was presumably some kind of skill mimicry with... You know, you saw that 4-star Chuck in his spear, and then the Traveler threw the Cryosphere that... You know, maybe it's just an overworld thing, but it seems to imply that Cryo Traveler is some sort of ability mimicry. Or maybe it's just some hilarious coincidence where that individual Electro character, who again, I think is probably going to be a 4-star, it might even be our free 4-star. I mean, every single time. Oh, with Not Run and Not Cry, both times our 0.0 free 4-star has been a bitty baby, so... I kind of expected them to do that again. It's interesting that they didn't, but I don't know, we'll see. So these are the Gecko Tails for Lilin. Let's just see what else we got. Yeah. But I imagine, I would assume that the gun is just going to be a skill object as part of Cryo Traveler's skill. No worries. What kind of food? Enjoy it. Let me see... This is not energy neutral. It's a problem when we kill so fast. Okay. Well, let's kill this guy one more time. I mean, the really crazy thing, I said this before you got here, but Lowen is not going to be standard, apparently. Which is crazy. Oh, nice. As in fried or grilled or any kind of specific. No worries. Well, 3 and 45 minutes. That's how it usually is. Enjoy your life. Oh, okay. KFC? Yeah, not worth keeping. Okay, let's heal up and change those out real quick. Eventually we want to get 40 or so of those, of the tails, and also the Dreadwings for Nicole. It kind of raises the question if 6.7 is going to have new materials or not. Oh, okay. Barbecue. Local, chain, or anything you think I'd recognize? Okay. Wow. I know you said you were rural, but that is seriously isolated. Not like it's your fault, but... Okay, let us pick up some strongbox. Golden Troop for Furiner. It's a good amount of gladiators and wanderers to get rid of. Oh, okay. So it's not that far, but farther than you would probably drive for KFC. Farther than I would drive for KFC, at least. Okay. Send this through. Yeah. But again, it does appear as if we might be having some kind of Rethesli renaissance with stellar reactions if they do end up based around cryo on-fielder for reacting off-fielder. Though I think it might be interesting, and I think it's very possible that Sandrone isn't just Stellar Conduct, and oh, this is actually pretty decent for an HP Goblet. And they're just only mentioning Stellar Conduct because they don't have characters to align with it yet. It'll be interesting. Because again, it would be weird to have that many cryo characters unless they vary it, and it's not an even, one cryo to a couple of the other element like it's been with Winter Reactions. What do you mean fake? Is in fake chicken? What do you mean by that? Do you mean bad or like vegetarian chicken? I don't... That wouldn't fly in Texas, would it? I don't know. Okay. Oh, you're... Well, I mean, it... That might be worth keeping. It's double crit. Maybe for a... Well... Husk is better on Albedo. At C2 or higher anyway, so it... Well... Who knows? Well, let's go back to Temple of Space. I mean, if you're talking about the whole spaghetti chicken breast type deal, that's real chicken. It's just very low quality chicken because they inject the chicken with so much growth hormone that... Right, and it's real. It's just very, very low quality because they pump it full of so much growth hormone that the chicken grows too fast for its own body to keep up. And as a result, the muscle fibers don't actually develop strong enough connections to hold itself together. And as a result, it falls apart. That's the spaghetti chicken. It's not fake. It's just really, really low quality because of all the hormones. I mean, if it was fake, it would probably be better, perversely enough. That's the thing. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how people respond when lab-grown meat actually becomes economical. Because I remember there was a blind taste test, and, you know, trust it or don't, up to you, where they took, you know, sort of plant-based chicken substitute, you know, the fake nuggets, the fake tenders, and they did a blind taste test with it compared to, you know, quote-unquote real chicken. And most people preferred the plant product. And a lot of it is honestly probably that the quality of quote-unquote real product has declined so much because of the use of artificial growth hormones, but at the very same time, meat production is fundamentally very expensive. You can't produce it at scale without cutting corners and making a fundamentally inferior product. I mean, there's a reason that, you know, for most of human history, people did not regularly eat meat unless they were very, very wealthy. Yeah. I mean, because it's the rancher lobby. I mean, to be fair, with any kind of new scientific procedure, there are always legitimate concerns about safety, but I guarantee you that no matter how safe it was proven to be, I mean, Texas would outlaw it. I mean, half of it due to the rancher lobby, and the other half due to just plain old vice signaling. I mean, it's the same reason you have people rolling coal. Okay. Already been here, but we can get... How many flaming hilts do we have right now? Decent amount, yeah. I won't have to worry about that for the sake of Nicole's weapon. So there are some down around here. Let's go around Central Zone. We can go up to the Desert Pavilion. Find the local legend around there. So around down here. Maybe it's actually pointing to... I don't think. I was gonna say maybe actually pointing to a pathic interval. I can't find it here. Yeah. If you don't plan on getting Nicole anymore, and you plan on getting Lowen instead, I would recommend getting stuff for Lowen. He uses the Moon Gecko's boss materials as his boss mat. He uses the moss that are in Temple of Space and Dornman as his local specialty. He actually uses arrowheads as his weapon mat. Notably, I mean, you're probably going to have 5 billion of those, but that's how it is. Let me see some things. Okay, and check some things here. Okay. And his weapon needs Radiant Beast materials. On one hand, it's Disaster and Remorse. Let me just pull up Honey Impact. Make the Mihoyo ninjas angry. Yeah. It needs Whopper Flower Nectar and Radiant Beast materials. I would say you probably have a lot of those, but Whopper Flower materials are actually really annoying to farm, and they barely drop. There's no local legend for them or anything, but these drop from the Lone Wolf local legend, which is a fun fight, and Varka fights it well too. Right. Yeah. So at this point, if it's low and you're going for, it's low and I'd be farming for. And is that... There's a chest on top of there. That's where it was. Well, there you go. So we can use this Harpastum. Hi, hello. It is going to be interesting to see what kind of enemies we get in the Bino Lunar Palace in 6.7, you know, assuming that's correct about what we're getting. Because we got some leaks about Stygian for 6.7, and apparently it's going to include our first true group fight, as in not like the Mandragora or the Crab Boss or... Oh goodness, Mandragora or Crab Boss, or who else had minis? Not the other Crab Boss, kinda. Also Sigurd with the Wild Hunt summons. But it's just 4 specters. Local legend specters from the new area. And which does make sense, because chronologically the only enemies that could probably show up on the moon would be elemental life forms like specters or maybe slimes. I mean, how's a Hilitril gonna get there? Well, I think there's probably going to be at least one. He uses resistance books. So does Prune, actually. Prune is the Varka support. Well, she can also support, I guess, DPS Sucrose, which, I mean, wouldn't make sense. It's more in the sense that she needs an on-field Hexerai swirling character. On-field Animo Hexerai, so it'd work for Venti or Varka, really. Both of them use resistance books, so I farmed a good amount of those in advance for both of them. That's how it is. Not much around here. Oh, it's Bala. How are you doing? Aw. Let me continue. You know, I was gonna say that I knew a guy in college from Texas, and one of the other guys who pops in a stream sometimes is also a Texan. But, I mean, I'm not sure how much that would mean to either of you, because Texas is pretty darn big. I mean, none of them can be spoken to. Okay. So just a normal amount? Or... I mean, if you want me to be nice, I can be nice. But you're saying it like you want me to bully you, just less. Okay. Let me see. And... It's a bit down here, huh? Yes, there is, in fact. Let us... Can we we can actually operate this cannon right now, and... Huh? Express delivery elemental cubes, matching cubes, devote them to the Guardians, transporting the exhibits over to the Guardians. That one's going in the middle, so we want more, Okay. Corresponding segment keeper, transport type, 1. And they're gonna stay in there, huh? Or, oh, we just have to take them one by one. It's another. Now it's space. They're gonna vary it, so we have to pick the right one now, or? At least not yet. Easy. Okay. Did you see the trailer, by the way? So it's Space, Precious, that is Mora, and Dendro. So now there are multiple, and we actually have to pick the right one. I mean... Sorry, I guess? And can we shoot another at you? We missed with one. We're actually going to run out, aren't we? We may have to restart. Incorrect elemental cube detected. Okay, so it just takes longer. It's kind of a shame. Yeah, because if we hadn't missed with that one, we would have been able to go for the gold. So the space one is mushroom. Last one should be 2 more Mora cubes. So it's a mushroom in there. We're gonna have to fight these mushrooms afterwards. It's another mushroom. So desert and then jungle. Money. Oh, did we have to do it while you were moving? I think we might have to catch you midway. No, we don't, actually. No issue there. Well, when you were jobless, you were literally the only person watching ever, period. There was no concern about making it available to other people when you were literally the only person watching. Compress? Oh, okay. And they killed the weasels. This is so sad. Okay. Well, I mean, it... Ah, I need to try to be fair to everyone. That's the rough thing. Which does include you. I mean, and it's a squeaky wheel gets... There's a reason I put Pokemon on Sunday. I mean Saturday for me, Sunday for you. Is it Sunday? I don't know. I don't know what Italy is. But tomorrow there's more Pokemon, which you should be able to catch, I think. What I'm saying is that when you were literally the only person watching, I didn't have to think about being fair to other people at all. I didn't have to think about balancing people's interests, because you were the only person who had any. If you want to demand that you're the only person I should plan my schedule around, not even myself, I mean, you can. I'm gonna say no. You can try. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm just not gonna do it. I mean, you work every day. Like, you don't have consistent days off at all. Like, I can't really plan around it at all, period. That's the problem. And it's another fungus. They really like fungi. Huh. Okay. You're happy at least. Okay. Let's get to the top, and nothing nearby. And, I mean, in the end, at least this week, I've been kind of... Was this year before? I think we did that challenge. Just anima mushrooms. I mean, this week, my scheduling was also impacted by, you know, not being able to use the room I've been using for the past few weeks, and having to be in the living room, and therefore not being able to do anything, period, past 7 p.m. my time. I mean, not everything is an attack on you. But if you act like it is, it may become that way. Okay, let me see. And got a little more rock here. We can actually unlock the chamber now. Let's keep on going. I mean, do you want me to cut the stream and restart with a different game? I mean, you have the right to be offended. I mean, your situation became materially worse. You went from the only person whose interests I was taking into account to competing with at least one other person. That becomes materially worse for you, and I don't blame you for being displeased. But that's how we find ourselves. The segment domain control module 0 particle times 3 break the seal of the secret hall of the realms. Collect all 3 domain control modules to unlock the secret hall of the realms. You found this strange module by chance while exploring. If you collect 3 with the same markings, you may be able to open the secret hall within the Temple of Space. There we are. And how much space do we have in our inventory? Let's clear some out. Okay. And we should be able to... Oh, that's crit rate. Nice. Putting these all through. But the main thing with regards to stream is... I mean, the live stream is that Lowen did not end up being standard banner character when people originally expected him to. Let's pick up our feather and all of these. See if there are any that are any good. I'm not gonna get my hopes up. Yep, that's not any good. Also not any good. Literally 0 crit. That's no good. It's got some. Not good, no crit. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, that's actually pretty darn good too. Okay. And let's keep going. Yeah, not worth keeping either. We should probably go and strongbox that now. Well, yeah, let's go and strongbox that now. Pillar Hall Central Zone. This isn't gonna take that long. We're already at 84, huh. I guess there's not that much left in Luyang, though, to be fair. Imagine that most of this mountain and sort of lower shore area doesn't have much to it, if anything. Okay, and let me see this here. Alright. Turn that into some more golden troop for maybe Farina. I should strongbox Whimsy eventually. For, among other things, Clorinde. Oh, because I put a Thundering Fury set on Clorinde originally, under the impression that... That's not that good. Yeah. On Clorinde, under the impression that she'd be Rundendro, and for the longest time she did. She was Rundendro. I ran her on Quick Boom Teams, but now Dendro sucks. And if I would be running her, I'd be running her with Chevy Durin, for example. And attack, not any good. Also no good. And yeah, no good either. Okay. And now that, because the thing about Thundering Fury is that on her Dendro rotations, originally, in her beta, which was of course years ago at this point, her skill cooldown was shorter than it ended up being on release, which meant, among other things, that you could, without Thundering Fury, get, a standard rotation in with characters like Nihida, Official. But then they changed it, and oh, hello. I guess we can get a tiny bit of friendship experience. Ah. As I was saying... When they increased her cooldown time, it changed the calculus, so without equipping Thundering Fury to decrease her skill cooldown, you would not actually be able to... Well, to be fair, I actually do have some Whimsy pieces just lying around, because I did give her a Whimsy set for that sort of pseudo-Stygian combat event with 0 starting energy back during Natlan. The one where you had to... used 2 teams which shared 1 character, which was very interesting, because they'd have you run it with stuff like both Burgeon and then Burning Keenage. Obviously, Burning is much, much better, but why'd we go here? I'm dumb. But, as I was saying, now that I wouldn't be running her Dendro now, I'd just be running her Overload. There's no point to be running her on Thundering Fury, because it's less damage, and the rotation is long enough that she gets her skill charge back anyway. Okay, let's keep on going. And... let me see this here. Yeah, we're just gonna go back to Pillar Hall Central Zone. That's good. I wonder if anything is actually in Apathic Interval right now. I wonder, would we be able to go back through if we talk to Astoria, the memory corridor with Sightland? Probably, because the achievement for that said to go through it the first time, implying it's possible to go through at least once more. What if it was only 2 times ever? That'd be kind of funny. Okay. Let's keep on looking. And... already done this. This is the one that went down around the bottom. That's no longer how that's gonna be. Let's go up to the north and... more of those warden-type statues. They're not exactly the same, though. This was the one from the quest. No longer has anything relevant. Okay. But again, they are basically the exact same as the Watcher boss, actually. Okay. And yeah, we'll pick up... There are a lot of them in the temple. And to compensate how fewer of them there are outside. At least we won't have to wait at all for a while. And... okay, and... let's keep on going. Nothing down here. That was the top of there, which we've already been in. Fair it. I don't know. I mean, I don't blame them for being annoyed because, I mean, until a bit ago, I was literally their personal streamer. And I didn't know you were a fan of Doctor Who. Were you a super Who-locker? That would not surprise me. You know, I remember when that was a thing. You know, and in the end, ultimately, you know, I did not understand it at the time. I didn't have the reference, but I mean, obviously it would all... I mean, what they shared, of course, was yaoi shipping. Not that that's a bad thing, but... okay, so, oh, this goes down pretty low. Didn't know there was anything below here. Good, we checked. Okay, and... now that we've killed the crabs... oh, they've been cubified! Oh, that's sad. Killed and turned into a cube. Pull this down. And... I mean... I got the impression you were, and again, it's not as if I blamed you, because it... again, until a little while ago, I was literally your personal streamer. And that was undeniably a better situation for you than what it is now. I mean, it's gone from your concerns being the only ones I have to think about to having to be fair to both you and other people. I mean, even if you were legitimately offended and legitimately complaining, I wouldn't really be able to blame you. I mean, like I said, I mean, as far as I know and as far as you've said, you literally don't have specific guaranteed days off. I mean, you told me that you work weekends, but it... didn't appear especially clear in terms of which days you would reliably have off, if any. Okay, 14 anima particles within 40 seconds. Okay. Well, again, I wouldn't blame you even if you did. Okay, that makes sense. You had a bad day, so you need to pester me. Okay. So we can actually upgrade the central core now. Memory core offering available. I see a few in here. Yep, of course. We can actually seal up treasures like this. Hello. We have Claymore, so that's good. And... ooh. More? Oh, okay. We defeated them, and now the others are back. Now we can escape the room. As per the Geo, got some ores, nice. Okay, and pull that up, take some all out, and where have we... something's off about the space here. Are we getting crushed? I should hope not. Huh? Huh? What? It's going up, it's going down. This is... What is this, Kirby? Halcandra? Where is this even taking us? Oh, it's that chamber. That's right. So it'll push us up bit by bit, and, well, getting stuck does not help us. Okay. There we go. Let's see what's in here. And it turned from a slime into a Mida troll, and you could see it turn into a lava troll. I imagine that was supposed to be a surprise. That's fine. And you can even hear it. It's a different sound. Okay. Well, we can probably kill it with our own raw damage before we... Yeah, we didn't even have to break its shield. It's kind of pathetic. And then it turned back into a Geo Slime. There you go. A fright at the museum. With Ben Stiller. Let's just leave the items in the display case where they belong. Yeah, where's Tutankhamun? Okay. So, it's a trash in here. I remember that movie. You had itty bitty Napoleon commanding all the other toy soldiers. Now we can get out of here. Interesting. Aw. You know, I wonder, was this always locked up? There are a lot of these chambers that raise the question of how you get to them otherwise. Okay. Yeah, what would it have been like if we had checked out the other side before doing the related objective? Well, I mean, Oh, right, this is Archeum. I didn't even notice it first. It's been so long. The funny rock from Fontaine 4.1. Okay. Well, for better or worse, I think when I'm jokingly threatening to literally eat you, that is more obviously a joke than complaints about scheduling and not being able to watch at one's preferred time. For better or worse. Okay, oh, that's a blue fate. You got one of these Whispers of the Temple, a rare collectible display in the display case of the Temple of Spades. Its shape resembles a horn, but whether its call can still be coaxed forth remains a mystery. The treasures resting within these display cases seem to hold fragments of the past in quiet suspension. They wait patiently for waiter visitors to pause and gaze upon them, so that the long-forgotten stories they carry may slowly stir back to life. And is that going to look any different? I guess it was only at the compass upgrade levels that we'd see anything new added to the cages, which makes sense. But we are almost there. We need 16 more, and a little bit more in the way of that. So let us do one roll on standard. Let me see. And It'll take us to 59 on normal. And yeah, since Lowen isn't going to be on standard, I guess we don't have to wait for any of this. Yeah, oh well. Which does raise the question of whether we might get Standrone, so to speak. I don't think that would happen. I think what might happen, if we do end up getting a new Snezai standard this year, which we might not, that it would be... Okay. Cool. Yeah, it's called executive privilege. What did I tell you? This is my domain. But as I was saying, I think we might actually get Especially since 7.0 is not going to be the anniversary patch. It's going to be, well, is it? 7.0 is going to be the anniversary patch. So maybe they could add a new character there and have them be standard. Apparently in 7.0 we're getting Pantalone and some new Sneznaya girl from that theater troupe they mentioned, that Columbina mentions, and 6.3, I mean, we don't know really, but... Yeah, exactly. So you can lose harder. I'm fine with that. Yeah, because this actually goes up, and that's right. We're in the Ayaka chamber. Sorry, the Avyakta chamber. What does that mean? Avyakta. The unmanifest form. It's an epithet of Durga, who is, you know, one of the sort of triple alter egos of Parvati, Kali, and Durga. They added her to Fate. Okay. And, oh, we got more snakes. Fun. Not much around here. We're gonna have to go over this way. Reminds me of the tower in Nokron and Elden Ring. Let's continue. As I was saying... What do we gotta do to... Well, probably pull you up and then... Looking for a blue cube. Oh, because when the blue Hydra and Pyro come together, they barely use this mechanic. You see, they vaporize. So we need to put the space cube in between in order to make sure that those don't contact each other directly. Oh, I've actually mentioned it a good amount of times lately. You just haven't been here. You've been safe. You've been free. So yep, you're not gonna pick that one up. We'll let you pick up the space cube as a gap filler, and then we pull you back down. Okay. There we are. You're not going to deposit it until you've picked up all three at once. Okay. And then maybe I wouldn't have mentioned it. Maybe I would have been nice to you, even. Or maybe I'm just saying things. You'll never know. And it's Pyro, Hydro, and Space. What did... Oh, create a blubber beast and some seahorses. Well, you can't know for sure until it happens. You know, you can't prove a negative. That's unfalsifiable. You know, even a single counter example will go against it. Okay. So as of right now, what I'm leveling up here is an attack circlet for Prune. Galfanihira. Next patch, they're adding the Superconduct set for 6.7's character. And where's this taking me? Ah, up here. So is that... I guess that's how we're supposed to get there. These are some big Dendro cubes. Well, that's still connected. We can get up there without issue, but... A ballergic reaction? Perhaps. Okay. If you know your chickens, does that mean that... is that because you lay eggs? Let me see this here. Oh! Another one of these. Oh! What? What? Random samurai! Soga Sumida no Ryu. Sakon Shigehira. Well, of course, you've said that before. I'm just bothering you as usual. Honored traveler, a word if you please. I shall spare you the unnecessary particulars. There is a matter and shall require assistance. Some days ago, the eminent Yu Huangyi of Liwei sent me a treasure of extraordinary rarity, but even now has failed to reach my hands. I have reason to believe the guardian of this region has intercepted it. Should you find this treasure, I would ask that you recover it on my behalf. Rest assured you shall receive proper recompense. Thank you. On her oh, he just repeats this whole... Okay. So we need to climb up and take that Guardian down. Okay. And... this should reset and take me up with it. No, we have to actively, manually activate it. Oh, Keeper is moving cannot be activated at this time. Oh, finish moving, ready for activation. So we just pull it down with us, transfer it from pillar to pillar. Okay. And this lets us take it left, you'll move over, and then we send it down. Cool. Finish moving, ready for operation. Nice. So now you should have your treasure, right? Whatever that's going to be. It's going to be a bomb that's going to kill him. We're back, take a look. Is this the treasure you meant? I have my sincerest gratitude, truly. I cannot thank you enough. Very well, there's no reason to delay. Allow me to open it at once. This is? Was that thing about to explode? Nay, the good Yu Huang, you would never seek to harm me. Then it could be that the Guardian sees it and transformed it into a bomb. Got to say, I know not of this man with such devices. We have no alternative. Throw it clear. Not to fear, I remember now. A certain noble from Heber Baran once mentioned the proper method of casting a sacred bomb. Oh, this is another Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch reference, isn't it? One shall count to 3, not more, not less. 3 shall be the number counted, 4 is forbidden. 2 may not be lingered upon, 5 is entirely out of the question. Once number 3 is reached, stop explaining, throw it already, it's about to go off. Where are the dangerous exhibits within the time limit? What does that mean? Oh, hello. Projectile Guardians to launch the elemental cubes. Okay. So we need to take out this... Oh, Angel! And then it can continue. Okay. And it gets up here and we... Yep. Get rid of this bomb. Okay. No more. Oh, it turned into fireworks! He was sending us fireworks. It's actually kind of cute. Thumbs up. Oh, wait, that's it. We freaked out over fireworks. And that was the gift. Such brilliance, even while you're serving beneath her excellency. The almighty Narukami Ogosho. Never I've witnessed such a radiant blossom of flame. Yeah, because Yoimiya and all of Inazuma got fireworks from Liyue. I see, so this is the sight, sir, you wish me to behold. This is more than I could have hoped for. I am deeply honored. The night dark as a raven jade, the blossoms bloom bright among the clouds. The body like foam on the water must but return to silence in an instant. As the stars depart and the rain disperses into the void. Verily, what refined elegance. Well, Pama doesn't really get the whole elegance part, but at least it wasn't dangerous. Fun. Chest. We need a little bit more. 89, get to 90, and the night dark is raven. Okay, what he said before. Who are you? My name is Sumida Shigehira, son of the Sogo lineage, am I? And that was a real Japanese royal family. An erstwhile lieutenant commander of the Shogun's guards, left division by the grace of her excellency, the mighty Raiden Shogun. The final memory I retained before I awakened this domain is my presence upon the Isle of Yashiori, leading a nocturnal foray against the foe. How far back is he? Mentioned Sumida. There were some Sumida people. Isn't that from Yai Publishing House? Probably. Oh, she's the author from Surumi Island. That's right. That's right. And she travels around with her boatman boyfriend. The two hosts met in the van, and the Taisho was lost to all sight, Commander. Mine own retainers would surely have deemed that the witch Mo'un, she who serveth under Akuo... Oh, so those are both from Watatsumi. So he was fighting the original Watatsumi people centuries ago. Had wrought some heretical art, and this caused me to be spirited away. While her excellency's divine name, of course, remains untarnished, that be no sin. Fear that Tozano shall once again be forced to endure the insult of groundless grievance. Well, he is long dead. The Shogun, as described in the Aqua Maru Claymore, just cut him in half. Though he be our enemy, to heap such shame upon him is by no means the conduct of a noble warrior. About the fireworks from before, such thunder and brilliance, I presumed it to be the divine lightning of her excellency, the Raiden Shogun. Never did I dream it to be but the exquisite Liyue craft known as fireworks. They think this was created not for the smiting of foes, but solely to adorn the night sky with flowers of fire. That's not even true, though. They talked about that in the event. It was originally a weapon. What madness this be, and yet what an age of tranquil prosperity. If one day such elegance might also bloom above the scarlet cherry blossoms of my homeland, that would be a matter of most profound joy. Yoimiya, do you like them? Indeed, a flash of a bloom, fleeting fall, the heart of the noble warrior should be exactly thus. Having said that, I am now unable to fulfill my wish and find myself instead a prisoner of this stagnant world. How lamentable. And goodbye, goodbye. May the winds of victory be with you. Alright, does he have anything special here? Soga.
Oh, no, sorry. Okay, I don't.
Explosive surprise. Yeah, but he's probably connected in some degree to Sumida from that place, and we don't have any kind of plaque around here talking about Arceum. That is kind of a shame. I wonder, is there anything down here? This is now totally... Yep, totally empty. We don't have those pillars anymore, we just gotta fly up. It's a two-way route now. Okay. And previously there was a wall that closed behind us, and I would assume that... Yep, that's also opened up again. Cool. Let's check this machine. Got a plaque here. The very first print of the Steambird, the printing press forever changed the form in which ideas are spread. Perhaps even the very form of those ideas themselves. Ah. Yeah, That's a good idea. I agree. The craziest thing is that I saw some report from investors basically saying there was some guy who said, and I quote, you know, does it really matter if the Strait of Hormuz is open? I mean, it's so many American pathologies stem from how financialized the economy is and how disconnected it is from any kind of a real production, so to speak. But man, does that not smack of how crazy things have gotten? Well, to be fair, some of that is also just trucks being trucks. And mechanical device originating, we've already seen this one. Field tour, swords to plowshares. And again, they don't assume it's all that good at combat, though to be fair, I mean, enemies have gotten a lot more threatening since Ruin Graders were introduced in 1.2. In the long term, I guess that's not untrue, compared to newer bosses and the angels and all. And really, Inazuma was the single biggest leap in terms of enemy threat. I don't think it's really possible to deny that. Oh, we got two of them. That should be openable once we've taken you out. And the first scroll. I wonder what's inside right now. And just a venti. Should probably take him down. That's absorbed, and yeah. It's barely a rotation. And is there anything inside right now? Okay, there's absolutely nothing inside at the moment. According to a priest of the Master of the Night, when he once held the office, those who wove the woven scrolls were required to keep their eyes covered, at least until the time of the Force High Priest Hanga. It is said that the rule was first laid down by the tribe's founder, the priest king Magan, who is purported to have spent his entire life blindfolded. No one seems to know why he insisted on it. While the rule was eventually abandoned, however, it is much easier to understand. Most people's woven scrolls look like a total mess, and they try to weave them blind. Funny. And what's in here? Big arrow and... Blooming Splendor. Let's see what's probably pain, sir. Oh, Sir Steen. Kristen. What an interesting woven scroll. Hello there, you're new around here, aren't you? Well, what can I help you with? Can you tell me about the area we lived in? Heck, compared to the ages the others speak of, mine was rather uneventful. Remori and the Lock Knight existed only in plays. The intricate machines of later centuries had yet to appear for another 1,000 years. So if you're hoping I could share some exciting story from my era, I fear it may sound rather dull. As for me, Sir Steen de Pincerai was merely the daughter of a rather ordinary viscount. Even in my own time, her house could hardly stand beside great families like the de Petrichor or Rene, or the Randolphs. Randolph? Who would that be? Nobody knows.
Okay, so Tuesday definitely. Okay, then we're gonna check in later tonight, and not I'll call it.
House Randolph. It's Leticia and Berain. Oh, those were the people from
Yeah.
House Randolph. That's Navia's axe.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Oh, can I give my phone number?
And oh, okay. Where does that?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Easter seals.
Where does it mention his affiliation?
Easter.
Oh, heir to a branch of House Randolph. He's the tax guy with the TCG match. We fought him. That's right. Okay. About these exhibits, on these exhibits, I've heard they were woven by the people of ancient Helen. I can't say I fully understand them, but they're lovely to look at. Does make one curious, though, why did they develop a tradition like this? In Ardere Fontaine, picture books actually appeared later than written text. Miss Vindia, the Madame Snow-Legged Goose over in the library, had never even heard of picture books. In her era, pigments seemed to be used only for military purposes, not when it truly is a fascinating place. And goodbye until we meet again. The very first scroll. Or, presumably, that's the first scrolls. Because, again, in Chinese and Japanese, they don't really specify singular and plural. And it's not as if there's only one scroll in here. Who knows? Okay. And anything around this way? Let us continue. So this loops around a bit. We've got one of those to destroy down there. Yeah. Kinda connects. Go down here then. So these zones in the middle are not really tied to... Oh, you can see it slightly overlap on the map because it's different. Okay. It's a different path than this. You can see the top of this path overlapping the higher path over this way. Kind of surprised that doesn't have layered map. Okay. And we don't actually have to take the column up. Would have made things easier though. And where did that keeper? Finish now, ready for operation. What is it intending we do? Well, regardless. I guess we could use that to actually reach up top too. Oh, goodness. That past him. And this rotates. Ah, that's the trick. So now you're able to reach the big Dendro Cube area. What is that going to turn into? Can pull that down if we need. We're gonna move over the other Dendro Cube. Where are we going to get that from? Probably going to want to rotate that to a... Thank you for the follow. Silly, huh? The arena profile picture. Oh, you know what? I can make that change right now. Let's make that change. I'm ballin'. You having fun? Let's refresh this. Yeah, hello. Just trying to refresh the chat widget to show avatar images. Give me a second. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Refresh that cache. So now, I did not mean to move myself. That was unpleasant. There we go. There we go. What? Oh, okay. Took a second to refresh that. I'm not buying anything. Don't waste your time. If you want to watch, watch. I'm not buying anything. And is that all? Is that all? Okay. So now we can pull that back up. Yeah. If you only came here to try to sell something, you can go. I mean, it's just I'm not as nice as I used to be. That's what it mostly is. That's true. That's true. In a couple of weeks. So now we've got that there. At least the Sherm is cute. Oh, that's right. We've actually changed that slightly. I need to change to show the profile pictures. Oh, oh, that's not good. I may have to re-upload. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just change things around to show the... Oh. Aw. Is that done? No, there weren't enough, were there? Huh? How are we gonna get the other one? No, I don't. I really don't. If there was, I'd seek it out. A corner of Valivija. Onabu Malikata, eternal beauty who absolves our sins, mother of all inspiration madness. Hurry now, make haste with the wine's bright splendor and bloom in scarlet upon my golden cup. Onabu Malikata, eternal beauty who absolves our sins, mother of all inspiration and madness. The king in red, King Dashrit, offers you a crown of gold. Your languid, wine-bright eyes unmoor the hearts of lovers, divine and intoxicating spirit, deaf to the prayers of those who drink. If I dare wear your face against thee, flowering fields, my heart recoils in shame, for whosoever gazes upon your likeness shall fall into a madness such as mine. I don't blame you, but the answer is no. I mean, I guess I'll try to remember that you exist if and when I pick up emotes or something, but I mean, I'll tell you straight, which is, if you're trying to get people to commission you for stuff, the best way is not to go into random chats of people who are already doing something and try to just cold call sell. It's, you go on Twitter and you participate in art trends, and when the algorithm blesses you and you get a popular piece, then you reply to your own message and say that you offer comms. That's what you do. I mean, because if you go in and bother people who are already doing something, they're going to get pissed at you. They're going to be disinclined to buy from you, even if they like your product, because you were rude to them. That is what I would recommend, frankly. Yeah. Sometimes you get blocked. Or, at the very least, you get people lecturing you, so make your choice. Okay. Onabu Malikata, eternal beauty who absolves our sins, mother of all inspiration and madness. However steadfast or devotion, you give nothing back and your heart remains unmoved. The hug of the joys of heaven ever belong to the earth. Ecstasy is hidden in the wine of the rose. It is only because we are steeped in your boundless, unending grace that we think you have no tenderness at all. Onabu Malikata, eternal beauty who absolves our sins, mother of all inspiration and madness, the princess in azure skirts at Nilu. As your secrets come, listen now to love and life, carried upon the morning wind through the forest. Echoing in the cup from which you both drink, the rose always hides behind its veil. Nightingale slips into my garden, singing of shame and sorrow, then takes wing and leaves once more. So it's very, very interesting in that Nabu Malikata, goddess of flowers, is implied to be some kind of eldritch horror in that, anyone who looks at her goes crazy. It's interesting. But there was one more Dendro cube somewhere that we need to complete this one. Who knows where that's going to be? Or do we need to take... It's not coming back with us. Don't tell me this puzzle is broken. Maybe it is. Maybe I screwed things up. Not the first time that's happened. Well, maybe we just need to go to this other tower over there. It wouldn't even surprise me. I mean, I haven't gotten soft-locked out of chests, but I have had puzzles break before. I mean, if you would like to... I mean, if you really want. If you want free advertising. If you want free advertising, make fan art, and you can go on one of my schedules. Never mind. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna benefit from this. Okay. But you mentioned that... Oh, YouTube wasn't working. YouTube seems to be okay, but... Well, I never got... I don't think... I didn't actually get soft locked, but... Okay. Well, then, Dexter, times have changed. What is Josephus doing over here? Suppose it's time for you to leave your childhood behind. You two must submit to the baptism that we call a coming-of-age horn of matters only grown-ups know. Watch closely now. Shall only demonstrate this once. Yeah, it's like... I will say, participating in art trends and shilling yourself on your own posts is the best way if you want people to commission you. If you go and solicit other people and essentially go door to door, I mean, I'll be honest, again, it doesn't tend to work very well. Okay, we'll see if that happens. I mean, again, I got laid off recently, so I don't exactly have cash to throw around, but I'll think about it. Thank you. Which closely now shall only demonstrate this once. Jumping over a wall. I think that might have been in the DLC, where... Okay. You can make my emotes. I'll give you $5. Maybe. Let me see. I went a shadow map. I think what you might have been referring to is... Let's pull up the land at shadow map. Where's that gonna be? I need to... We can go on Facts for Life. Oh, goodness. I think what you might have been referring to is that this fort over here, by the first main dungeon of the... Well, actually, first main dungeon of the DLC is kind of Bellurat. But by Castle Ensis, which is either the first or second, however you want to define it, you've got this fort here. And the only way you get to it, actually, is by dropping down from up top over here, which you only get to by going through the dungeon, because this is lower than this. The topographic doesn't show it very well. But I was trying to get over here, wondering what was going on with these little rafters that soldiers were chucking bombs at me down from. Yeah. What do you mean, what did I say? I said that... I mean, you have to claim them by the end of the patch. I would claim them all for Lowen, because Lowen is better. That's all. That might have been what you were referring to in terms of Elden Ring. I need to get some people together who I can rely to be able to reliably play and schedule to do multiplayer Elden Ring using the mod. Well, I mean, if they pay me. Also, that's in a year or something. Well, I'm joking, mostly. But it sounded like someone getting their final words because we're going to kill them. Your final lesson is as such... Well, you mentioned that to me before, and I said I only needed $5. I mean, honest to goodness, it's like, I can't expect much. Like, what can I meaningfully command? But if I was going to go somewhere and they could pay for my hotel room and... the airfare. I mean, at least the hotel. I don't know. It'd be fun to go. Well, it is called Elden Ring Seamless Co-op. For a second, I thought that was Lady Maria. It's not Lady Maria. Well, we'll see what happens. Though they'd kind of be scraping the bottom of the barrel with me. I don't know. Shouldn't be too self-deprecating, but it's Elden Ring Seamless Co-op. That's all. Elden Ring Seamless Co-op. It's on Nexus. I mean, are you saying that because you'd want to get involved? No, what I'm saying is that someone jokingly asked me, you know, if someone wanted me to show up at a convention, how much I would charge as an appearance fee, and I said $5. Because honest to goodness, it's like, that kind of free advertising is the kind of thing I would be paying for in a just world. Yeah, but this is Seamless Co-op. I know. It's the joke, but this is the mod, and you can play up with it theoretically unlimited. No, actually, up to 5 other players in the open world. To be fair, I think they changed that. Maybe they just didn't say it there. I mean, I wanted to respect your privacy, that's all. But I put together a whole sort of schema of how I could... Yeah, exactly. All you need is Elden Ring. Final question is saturated along with me, the classification of the elements. Now you try... Will we get the Dendro Cube from this? I hope. But as I was saying, distinguish between the elements. One of them... Okay, that is Geo, not mine. What do you have to say? Let's get that mint. Distinguish between the elements. Okay. Oh, but basically I put together 6 actually, because you could have up to 6 players in that co-op. 6 builds you could kind of run, because there were 8 stats in the game, and there are more or less 6 theoretical builds you could put together focusing on a single stat. I'm kind of playing right now. I mean, this is what I told you. When people are doing something and you pester them, they're not going to be particularly inclined to entertain you. I mean, like I said, if you want someone to commission you for stuff, participate in art trends on popular hashtags and show yourself and your own responses if and when you get popular there. I don't want to have to block anyone, because that's more work for me. But I'm not going to be opening anything up for at least the next 2.5 hours. Please be polite. Otherwise, I will block you. I don't want to have to block you, but I will if it becomes a nuisance for me and for the other people watching. That is all. Well done. You are welcome to stay and watch and chat about other things, but I'm not particularly interested in soliciting. I mean, I've got a no soliciting rule, right? It's been a while since I updated my chat rules. Hold on to who exactly we're praising there. Now the next step is consider how things influence one another. And will we get a Dendro Cube from this? Maybe. I mean, this should turn into a tree, right? Observe the elemental reactions, the long-range forces, the short-range forces, and remember to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Well, thank you for popping in. You're welcome to come back anytime, as long as you don't try to sell me stuff. Oh, what language are you speaking right now? And how did he even show up here? See how the elements interact with each other. Yeah, it goes on sale every now and then. How much time if you count the ball? Okay, and we've gotten rid of this little crossbow of sorts. But I mean, the main thing is, it'd kind of be well, I mean, probably have to go with people who have, American schedules, unfortunately, for better or worse, but there are 6 builds you could really put together. You know, if you were theoretically doing 6-man Elden Ring seamless co-op in that. Because there were 8 stats. One of them is basically just mana. Nothing scales up, man. You can't make a build. And we need 12 more to finish upgrading, so even though we're at 90, we're not quite there yet. Could do a strength build, a dexterity build, which is, you know, sort of big heavy weapons versus agile weapons, and then intelligence for sorceries, faith for incantations, which are largely better in every way. It's actually sad. And then arcane, which is for weird stuff, mostly based around blood and dragons. And then you would have someone being the dedicated tank. They would be building endurance for stamina, and then which also increases equip load, lets them wield heavier shields and weapons, and then vigor, which is HP. So you would have a dedicated tank. It's kind of like a Final Fantasy XIV party. I'd be better maybe, because D&D these days is mostly AI slop. Oh, we have to make a bird. Oh, we're gonna make a vulture with this Pyro Dendro Geo? See how the elements interact with each other. Oh, interesting. We have to just make sure that we're not putting any Dendro next to Pyro, otherwise it will burn itself. That's right. So Geo can go in the middle. What do you mean? As in Dungeons and Dragons sounds? Oh, that can be done multiplayer. Okay, this is actually hilarious. I don't know if you've seen him around a little, but the Puppy Man guy, he's also Texan. And he also plays a lot of Baldur's Gate, modded mainly. You have a meaningful number of similarities. But we only need 1 geo, so we just need to make sure we don't miss. How far back can we... This should be the spot, perhaps? It's very, very precise. You have to pull up basically all the way. No, it's a little more generous than you'd expect. Keep going, and yep, that's about right. Vulture? Vulture? Well, I mean, you're both Texans who play Baldur's Gate. And Star Rail. I wish I could imitate a story and exclaim, excellent, alas I cannot bring myself to. Clearly I have nothing left to teach you. That concludes the final lesson. Well, I mean, why would they... They wouldn't have to kick you out. If you did that, I would just have Cthulhu kill you. Probably eat you. And then you'd have to make a new character. That's all it really comes down to. No, not yet at least. Wait a second, you didn't teach a thing. The Traveler did it all. Oh. That's kind of sad. Like I said, you know, that's not a reason to kick someone. I mean, you might go bonk and send them to, you know, send them to prison, but... I mean, if people are fine with being the object of ridicule, I have no real reason to govern their behavior. Most of the D&D campaigns I've run, you may have, I don't quite remember. I'm having trouble remembering things these days, because the summer heat has negatively impacted my sleep. But most of my D&D campaigns descend into shenanigans after long enough. Not that it's bad, it's just... It's a different feel. Maybe this is the bonk. Yeah, so there you are. Yeah. I was just talking about you. Turns out the YouTube guy is actually a Texan. Just like you. And he drives a big truck. How does that make you feel? Can we use the Harpastum to get over here? Small world. Right? But I can't quite reach. I didn't know Discord was having issues. Yep. He's on the Twitch. Maybe it's Amazon Web Services. We're probably supposed to get here using the Harpastum, right? But did something bug out? I think something did bug out. I think I was supposed to get a second Dendro Cube there that didn't materialize. This is so sad. Okay. Maybe all those UAE data centers that... Actually, it might be. Because I know that the UAE started attacking Iran the other day. And there's some UAE data... AWS data centers in Iran. Maybe they got bombed. So is there's nothing over here, huh? No. He just drives it. I hope this does not start a fight. Yeah. He just drew his own avatar, that's all. You know, I could see that being the case, too. Yeah, because there's that deal a couple months back where it was just... The Google Gemini was like, you know, sorry, I deleted your servers even though you specifically told me not to. Something won't happen again. Okay. Oh. No. He's just also Texan. Last I checked, he wasn't a child. So, you know, you learn something new about people every day. But this is accessible, but there's absolutely nothing to it, huh? Interesting. Maybe we're supposed to climb up here or use a... Don't see anything up top. We can just climb. This is America. Something. Just trying to think. Got the Academy. I don't think there was anything on top of Desert Pavilion Chamber. I mean, if you got robbed, it'd be like the situation in Family Guy where it's with Meg and the robbers. I think we've referred to this before, and you got really offended, so go ahead and get offended again. Okay. Let me see this here. And, this is hollow? Oh, wait. Oh, there was something down at the bottom. Okay. So it's totally empty. Basically what happened, there was a Family Guy episode. Of course, not one I watched. Just saw Family Guy, Funny Guy moment. Yeah, okay. He's straight. If you were gonna ask him if he's bisexual, he's straight. Very, very, very straight. There you go. Sorry for answering for you. But that's all. Yeah. And he really, really, really likes Malvika. Well, I mean, what kind of other question in terms of asking about similarities between yourself and the other Texan? What I killed was pointless, potentially unreciprocated yearning. I spared 2 people pain and suffering. I think that's also a personal question. If I ruled one way or another, that would get in the way of at least one kind of baiting, wouldn't it? That's uneconomical. Yeah. I know. Well, I know what you mean by the spaghetti joke, and that only works for women. I mean, because... Oh. Because the spaghetti's straight until you put it in the pot, and it gets... Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, I wouldn't say that that's the kind of thing that I base. I don't know. That's not my style one way or the other. I play video games and launch into, non-asked for political rants. That's my style. Okay. Well, I think they were trying to restrain themselves a little. So go ahead and ruin our plans, why don't you? Okay. We should, at this point, just use Venti. Yeah. Because that'll allow us to glide around and get a little close. Thank you for being wholesome. As killing insects can be. While we go and just talk about all this. It... Well, again, you said it was a question you didn't want to ask a child. And, of all the things you had told me about yourself other than being Texan, that's the only one I could really think of. I guess the question is, how do you feel about Malvika? I don't know if we're gonna have to go up the side. There's nothing up top here, but it's fun to try. At this point, we should be using Venti's updraft. Well, that's part of why she always threatens me with physical violence. Because before her ball arm stopped working, she used to be physically threatening. A lot of people have actually talked about how, when people would drive and years pass, you would get 10 or so flies on your windshield per trip out. But for various reasons, there were just fewer insects around, so that doesn't happen anymore, period. Okay. How are people feeling about me having changed things to show the profile pictures in the chat window? I do need to take time and actually incorporate the new assets, which would include making the game portion and the chat portion a little bigger. Just getting rid of the dead unoccupied space on the screen. Hard to say. Only 25 or so years ago? That is less time than I would have expected. And there's nothing up here and we can't even climb up there. It was when okay. Remember, you came in when I was rolling for Varka. and I got in that really long and dumb argument with that one gay guy who came in, that's when you mentioned you were bisexual. Do not sexually harass Bala. Okay, and it. Go up there. Yeah. Because he talked about being gay. And you were like, hey, I'm like half gay. I was like, okay, cool. That was all. Yeah, it's complicated because, oh, I think what happened was because we hadn't pulled up the pillar to kill that watcher, the Dendro Cube didn't spawn because it was meant to spawn on top of the pillar. Or wait, what? Yeah, probably. Yeah, please do not... nobody go to a chiropractor ever, please. Chiropractors are quacks. The guy who invented chiropractic said that a ghost taught him it, which I mean is obviously not a thing that can really happen. It's all quackery, and it makes your back worse. Makes you feel better because they beat it up, but it just breaks your back long term. Please don't do that to yourself. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to make it a topic, a regular topic of conversation for myself, one way or the other, because that leads to making lots of people uncomfortable. Like I said, my content is based around playing video games and non-asked-for political rants. I don't want to be too crass, and I think that Gallery Matters 101, so that should be all of them, right? Well, complete the challenges for 5 display cases. There were only 5. And history lessons. That's true. So it's just a bunch of fungi. Big dendro. Okay. Big old tree. Yeah, so it's meant to sort of correspond. We have the big dendro tree over here, big geo. I guess having geo as a standard for desert really makes you think why we haven't gotten a geo Sumeru character with some kind of sand ability. We got a leak back when we got that big leak of a mummy girl from Sumeru who was probably going to be geo, sand themed geo. Geo swirl. Yeah, no worries. 40 animo particles within 80 seconds, and let me see this here. Okay, that's not a particle. I wonder if there was some kind of weird light particle. Okay, let's continue. And you know, a lot of people have really gotten sick of the boys as things have gone on. You know, in particular, how it became the Homelander show, and then it just, you know, they've been milking the impossibility of killing Homelander. Be careful. Not only because... yeah, guy who plays World War II Germany and Hawaii 4 but isn't a Nazi. How could you do this to Yugoslavia? Yeah, it's like... you know, they joke about... you know, how most men spend at least 5 minutes a day thinking about the Roman Empire. I mean, it's... The real equivalent of that is guys who, you know, at least once a week get nostalgic for Soviet Yugoslavia. Well, I mean, well, it wasn't Soviet. It was independent, but... yeah, that's the real question, guys. Did Josip Broz Tito have aura? Well, I mean, he kind of objectively did, which is why Yugoslavia collapsed after he died. Because he didn't have anyone to succeed him and keep things in order by having aura. Okay. Yeah, but... oh. There are people who are, one, sickening of the show, and two, there are some people who, as part of that, are kind of relitigating the original comic book by Garth Ennis. Because when it came out, the show originally came out, people were talking about, oh, you know, it's not like the book, the comics, but the comics sucked, so that's okay. But then the show eventually went downhill and again became, you know, we gotta kill Homelander. And then they just don't kill him. Because if they kill him, then there's no show left, and Anthony Starr and Carl Urban are kind of the only two things they have show it all. So there's nothing up top here. Okay. I mean, genuinely, the craziest thing about Umbrella Academy, which you might already know, is that, I mean, two, I guess. 3, I guess. 1 is that it was made by Gerard Way of My Chemical Romance. 2 is that Gerard Way originally wanted to be a comic book writer, and My Chemical Romance was something he kind of happened into doing. Thank you, you too. 3, the reason he started My Chemical Romance is literally, did you know that Gerard Way created My Chemical Romance because of 9/11? That he saw 9/11 and got so freaked out that he decided to start making music. That's not a joke. So this one shows up here. I wonder if we can reach that. Also wonder, any of those sand cubes... None of those sand cubes have anything on it. Okay, so you did know about My Chemical 9/11. I didn't say MCR, I said My Chemical Romance. I didn't abbreviate it. Okay. Yeah, as I was saying, if I could get people that I could reliably schedule, I would love to have 5 other people doing a full co-op Elden Ring playthrough. Especially if we could get roleplay. Yeah. You know, and now we don't even have luggage. Now we don't even have airlines because gas prices are 1 billion. Cool. I guess my question is, I mean, of the 6 builds I once mentioned, which would you want to be? Strength, dexterity, intelligence, faith, the tank, or arcane? Honest to goodness, the arcane one or the tank would probably be... Well, it's complicated. Because yes, but also no. Faith is just better than intelligence in Elden Ring in almost every way. It's kind of egregious. It's got both better offensive and utility capabilities. All of the good buffs, team and personal, are faith-based. Intelligence, it's only really got magic damage. Faith has fire, lightning, and holy, the other 3 elemental damage types, and some good ways to deal pure magic damage too. There's really nothing that sorcery, intelligence magic can do that incantations, faith magic can't. It's kind of insane. Other than, well, the big thing about magic damage is that nothing's weak to it, though nothing really resists it. It's basically magic physical, elemental physical, whereas fire, lightning, and holy can target weaknesses, but also have things that resist it. So it's a little harder, or at least you have to fill up your, slots with more spells if you want to target weaknesses, while magic, you just take various sorceries. Sorceries, while they may not vary on damage type and weakness targeting, have weird spells with weird trajectories, maybe a few more self-buffs that are more offensively oriented, but it doesn't really have team-wide utility. It has some ability to clear status ailments from itself, but it's attack and nothing else. Hello, hello. Stereotypical healer, non-binary. Puppy. Well, the thing about Elden Ring is that generally it's the kind of thing you'd only use playing single player. But there are Ashes of War that do include wolves. In fact, the first Ash of War you get, which again are single player focused summons of various enemies and NPCs, actually 3 wolves. So that's kind of close. Ah. But as I was... got an angel there. How you doing? How you doing? How you been? Enforced Bala silence. This is so sad. Okay, let's keep going. And... But as I was saying, the closest thing to summons would be one spell that is DLC only. It's exciting. It's busy. Well, it's not DLC only, actually. Confusing it with... Right. Tibia's summons. It summons 3 skeletons. They're not actually NPCs. It's just projectiles that are shaped like skeletons. Is there any other? It would be a death sorcery. No. That's the only one. But they did add... They had an item in the DLC that allows you to use that sort of as a throwable. You can summon one skeleton. It's very mad. Your favorite skeleton is a giant dragon skeleton, probably. I don't know. We could actually use this to fly all the way up top. I think. There would just be absolutely 0 point to it. No, we can't. Well, we could climb on that star and use it to get up there, but again, there's just no point to it. Okay, let's explore inside this big glass cube. So are you trying to say that her favorite skeleton is probably my skeleton? After she kills me? Is it mine? I'm going to pick your bones clean. Pavilion of Scorching Sands and Blazing Sun added to the archive. Fake Sumeru. Okay. Yeah, honestly, if I did end up... I don't know. Behold my great deeds, O mighty ones, and bow before me. Oh, it's quoting Ozymandias. Yeah, behold my works, you mighty, and despair. You know, the funny thing is that... There were two versions of it. Smith's Ozymandias. There are two, actually. And thankfully, it's old enough that it's just on Wikipedia. The Dark Souls skeletons? Maybe. You know what? Let's do some poetry reading. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal these words appear, my name is Ozymandias, king of kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, in despair, nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. And, oh, the main villain of Watchmen shares this name. Which, again, this was a... I actually didn't know this was the Greek name for Ramses. I thought it was just a bad mistranslation. But the villain from Watchmen is ironically named that because he ends up failing in the end and achieves nothing. Oh, the Bala wheels, that's right. And then there's the other one, and yeah, you see it's Smith. They have in parentheses because it's the one people care about less. Yeah, in Egypt's sandy silence, all alone stands a gigantic leg, which far throws the only shadow that the desert knows. I am great Ozymandias, saith the stone, the king of kings. This mighty city shows the wonders of my hand. The city's gone, naught but the leg remaining to disclose the site of this forgotten Babylon. It's an interesting tidbit in the... Okay, little pyramid. We wander in some hunter may express, wonder like ours went through the wilderness, where one stood holding the wolf in chase. He meets some fragment huge and stops to guess what powerful but unrecorded race once dwelt in that annihilated place. It's not bad, but it's not as iconic. Yeah, it's mid. I mean, that's why it's got the parentheses on Wikipedia, because it's the less notable one. Yeah, I saw that, but I think it's very, very obvious that if people had not noticed and complained, that they would have left it there. That they're probably going to try it again in case to see if they can get away with it again. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, when the first cheer came, it did not show your name. It didn't announce that you were the one cheering. This widget's nice, though. 95! Okay. Well, we got to use the Harpastum. Let's just keep on flying. It's got a good hitbox. It's nice that we have the Dendro particles here. It really is Sumeru. There's Animo in the... in the library, because that's standard. Is it going to be Geo and Wii? In the Leon, because it's a Wii-based area? Perhaps. Let's keep on going, and... 81. Well, it was pointing down. So it's probably going to be below, right? What am I missing? Maybe I'm losing it. Huh? Huh? Yeah, thank you, Bala. Probably, I don't know how much that counts for, but maybe I got a burger or something. There's probably some kind of flip mechanic for the area that I'm not seeing. There's nothing in here. I guess while we're up here we can... Oh, okay. It was actually pointing up. Are they on crack? Well, there we go. Managed to just luck into it. That's right. Okay. If someone was trying to sell me stuff, I wasn't biting. I even gave them actual advice on how to sell stuff. Maybe I shouldn't have. Maybe I should have given them deliberately bad advice. That would have been funny. It may be a little too mean even for me. Oh my goodness, one tapped. Okay. So we need one more. Let's get one quick chest. Ah. How wasn't it letting me punch? And we're at 93%. So I guess Leon doesn't have much of anything. I'm trying to reach this floating island from this spot over here, and a big invisible wall showed up. So I wonder if that'll work at all. Could probably use Milani to go over the water. Milani relevant for the first time in 500 years. Let's check out those sand puzzles. Hi, hello. Hello there. Hi. Huh? Okay, we can open that up. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you've got until the end of next patch for the limited time rewards, so it's not as if you're in any kind of hurry. I was gonna say in any kind of significant hurry, but you're really not in any hurry at all. Okay. Oh, I think we got the 80%. Yep, nice. Current total. So that also means we can go and complete the cube. The cube. Cubola. Which we got right now for... And again, we're going to have to go for low in next patch because he's not standard. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's going to suck. You got anything special to say right now? Or what is it, Traveler? Tell me about this place, the Temple of Space. The gods had meant for it to be an exhibition hall for the conservation of fallen civilizations. But the sisters of that one great god had other ideas. So they put whatever they thought interesting in here willy-nilly. This is why the collection here can appear rather eclectic. Guess it's the Temple of all the shades, then. Yeah, is that going okay? You said you were starting a new treatment soon. Is that going well? Right. Yeah, it's 3.0 yenless, right? Tell me about your era. My era, you mean the mortal paradise that I do not even dare imagine my post-hoc recollections from Hyperbrae in the north to Longot in the south, Delphi, which became Enconomia, Delphi Pytho, and this place which used to be Arcadia. Yeah. Last time he said it was going alright. I mean, it's never good to have to deal with medical stuff, but it's better to have things that are handleable than things that aren't. What do you want to know? What we ate, what we thought, or what we made? It's not that I do not wish to tell you everything one by one. It's just that once you hear me out, you'll probably think us merely children of some intellect. We ate the same things you do. We're able to think about matters far removed from reality only because the priests and angels always gave us the answers to the practical issues. We created playthings, mere trifles that amused us, because nothing we made would match the exalted means the heavens had already bestowed upon us. It's like we were children doing something that pleased our parents. A fellow named Bosch. Oh, so we had Malky, who was MC Escher, and now we have Hieronymus Bosch. Through a piece called The Mortal Paradise, which is a reference to the Garden of Earthly Delights. By Hieronymus Bosch. Notably... Can I find this? Can I zoom in? Let's see. Kill them first. I can't zoom in enough. But very notably, in this painting, Garden of Earthly Delights... Can we zoom in? Can I zoom in? Thank you, Wikipedia. Oh, this is high res. Oh, ooh. How much can I can't get a happy medium. This is so annoying. It's a good painting. Bosch was talented. I'm gonna have to manually look it up, aren't I? I think I am. Okay. Yes, this is one I want to see. On one part of Garden of the Earthly Delights, they have sheet music written on someone's, and people have actually transcribed this and said it. That's all. There you go. Happy Friday. Yeah, let's all cross our fingers in hopes it hasn't moved to our second Texan's brain. Based on what I told him, he captured the feeling, exactly the very feeling. Okay. And tell me the secrets have been buried by time. He's not going to be able to say anything, is he? Where do I begin? You have to be more specific. That also helped me recall. Perhaps there's a subject you have questions or are curious about, like the relationship between mass and energy, or the definition of certain cosmic laws and bounded sectors. Einstein, force equals mass times acceleration equals mc squared. So, nothing useful. Great. I'll see you around Astoria. See you around. I mean that literally, of course, since I'll always be here. This guy. Okay, well. Empty temple, overflowing memories. Name card style, memory factors, the building blocks of civilization. Even so, an archive brimming with them cannot replicate the high price of an antique simply because it lacks the weathering. And this completes it. We have our equivalent of a souvenir shop for the area, and what's it going to look like now? It's filled with some kind of tapestry, scarab from Samiri Desert, and fox statue from Inazuma, and Weiwei Mess, space and unfree will, Emberic collection, reconstruction. Okay. Oh. Civilizations are often fragile, yet the memory of them still kindles the hope for a tomorrow, if only a little brighter than yesterday. You won't. You don't have the guts for it. Well, I hope you can get that radiation sooner than later. You know, make sure it all stays manageable. Okay. Space and unfree will. Upgrade the memory core in the Temple of Space to its maximum level. So now we can actually check out everything here. And also, now that this is... Oh, it's pink! It's pink and nice. Okay. So that allows us to get up top. Though, of course, I was able to get here on my own already, so the chests that you normally get here aren't there. Twitch is the devil. This is known. Okay, yeah. As long as it keeps you safe. There's actually a decent amount in here. And here. So there are a couple of Mora rocks. I guess it's not... Oh, it's right down there. And another one on the other side, maybe. Oh, it's down a level. Not all of these. It's a shame that we don't actually have that many museum plaques in here. And, well, we fell. Yeah. Oh, well, you moved to YouTube with Vader. Darth Vader. You know, that reminds me. I did pick up Jedi Survivor. No. I picked up Fallen Order when it was free, and Jedi Survivor goes on sale so much. I should pick it up, because apparently it is very good. I mean, it's not as hard as an actual Souls-like, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Have you played Fallen Order? Oh, okay. Guys, I'm being botted. Uh-oh. Wait, is this an apathic then? Where is... guess we need to go up a little higher. Well, getting back up would be easier to do by just teleporting. Who's Mark Lee? Is he some singer? If I get that wrong, you're gonna get angry with me, right? Canada invented time zones. I don't necessarily dispute that. I'm just curious about the circumstances under which that would have happened. Okay, and there is one Mora rock in the library. Oh, it's on more of those stairs. Of course it's on the stairs. Oh, okay. I thought you meant Lee, like, you know, in the white guy name. But no, you meant Lee in the Korean way. Okay. That makes sense. And where's our Mora rock here? Let's poke around a little. Oh, we didn't check the top of this bookshelf, and it was sitting right there. Okay. There's one over that way, and then we can go back to the Desert Pavilion. Over there. But yeah, Dogman, since I know you like Star Wars, have you played Fallen Order or Jedi Survivor? Were they good? I mean, I've only heard good things about them. But I guess I would trust, you know, someone I know, I suppose, who played them more. Some people have said that the game mechanic of the 2010s is probably the parry. Either the parry or the dodge roll, which notably, arguably, were kind of popularized by FromSoft and Souls games. Interesting, is in Skywalker Saga? I picked that one up too. There's so many things I've gotten on sale. Okay. Well, I think some of it's also style preferences. I should definitely get around to both of them eventually. Let me check some things. Does Astoria have anything different to say now that we finished that up? I think, let's just make sure the dialogue hasn't changed any at all. Again, I'm probably, again, going to wait for Welwyn in second half to finish exploring Dornmanport. He doesn't have anything new to say, and it's... Oh, right, we do need to check our actual... I'm forgetting so many things right now. Josephus... You know, the Josephus, the guy in the Central Zone, is notably a reference to Josephus from... You know, the Jewish historian Josephus. Well, Roman Jewish historian. Oh, there's another mnemonic cluster. Okay. Where's that gonna be? It's probably on top of the whole structure, isn't it? Probably. Well, he says something slightly different, depending on what we made that. Philip the... I've heard that name, but that doesn't actually mean anything to me, unfortunately. And civilizations that we've seen this only had more of these embers might be able to reproduce a thing or two, so it would be interested in giving it a try. And if we hadn't gotten it to its max level, he would have said that he can't do it because it's not at max level, but now we actually can. Perform emberic reconstruction, alright, let me give it a try. So it's more furnishings and a few more of these. Cool. Well, as usual, take care of yourself. 12, then... Total of 20, 24, 26, 36 of these. And then the rest can be exchanged for more at a less preferential rate. So it should be on top of there. We're gonna have to climb to the very top of that spire, I guess. Went up on this bridge already in conjunction with... all these sort of area previews. Yeah. YouTube should be working right now, but I guess it, you know, as with all things, it'll depend on your connection. And again, this was drawn by Escher, the guy who Dottore, for whatever reason, took the guise of in Tadarasuna. Technically speaking, what he painted was not the starry sky. It was, again, the sky outside the false sky, which, again, it's interesting as to why he would know that. And whatever Malky's actual relationship to Dottore is, I guess we'll never know. Okay. Oh, okay. Is he Canadian? Yeah. Is he connected like H3H3? Because I remember that the Kleins used to be very popular, and then they all just totally went mad. So we should... This is an automatic path. Yep, this will take us all the way to top that spire, which we could climb manually. I saw someone do that, kind of by mistake. Okay. Again, Welwyn... I wonder, a speck between heaven and earth. Get to the very top. Everything seems so small when viewed from above, but when viewed from below, one may also appear to be as minuscule as a single drop in the ocean. Welwyn is Phase 2. Phase 1 is Nicole and Durin with Prune, and then Phase 2 is Mavica and Welwyn. Fair. Yeah, we can't see the cage from here. If we go inside up top this way, that should let us get back to the cage, right? Very first time, this took us to Apathic. So the Corridor of Nothingness. The Corridor of Nothingness continues. Let's see. So this is where we went with Zeitland originally, and there's no map. We're nowhere. Awesome. You know, among other things, I'm just glad that used could, used couldn't instead of could. Because there are, well, in terms of things that aren't that important, that do annoy me, people saying could care less when they should be saying couldn't care less really does bother me. It's such a grammar faux pas. So this is the very start, and again, there's nothing here at the moment, and it... Oh, but yeah, it's showing everywhere right now, so it's not as if it's giving us the clues where we are on the map. That's right, and I'll let you say it this time for the sake of posterity. If you're gonna say that, you have to spell it W-H-O-A. I mean, honest to goodness, I don't think... I can count on one hand the times I've actually stopped it. But I do prefer when people say W-H-O-A. When people say W-O-A-H, they sound like a very dumb Californian surfer. So we don't have the poem lines this time, but this is the flight sequence went through a silent, and oh, I didn't even notice! You have the cat cloud from Inazuma there. That's right, no, we do actually get these two. Right. What do you mean still know their names? Whose names? The Quines? Okay. This was her sister's poem. Her missing sister's poem. And then she called her own missing sister's poem mid. Yeah, you can. I will say that in the grand scheme of things, we won't know for sure which is better until we know how stellar reactions work in the long term. Because again, I do think that Welwyn, if the fact that they've withheld Rithesli from Chronicled because they think he's good enough to sell a banner on his own still on a rerun is any indication, non-skirt cryo on-field DPS characters are probably going to be pretty good, and that should include Welwyn. There's a chance that he's limited because he's going to get a lot better when stellar reactions come out, and on-field cryo drivers of off-field reacting characters are going to be strong even without having Durin. But, yeah. Yeah, but as I was saying, I think there is a very strong chance that the reason that Welwyn ended up being limited instead of standard, I mean, you could say, one, maybe typical money grubbing, and they changed it last minute because he was more popular on Twitter than they expected, but I think there is, again, also a strong chance that he's just going to get stronger when Snezhnaya comes out, because, I mean, if they put in, say, 3 stellar reaction shields at the same time as Stygian, for example, you would want 3 on-field cryo drivers, and the only ones we can really think of right now would, I suppose, be Rithesli, Welwyn, and 6.7's character. Which, Welwyn and Rithesli wouldn't be triggering it on their own, but they'd be on-field cryo drivers for the reaction. They would get a second wind, potentially. We don't know for sure yet, but I think there is a strong chance. And, as I was saying... I mean, the interpretation people had that we'd get another standard character every year, when the devs just said, oh, we'll be adding more standard characters as time goes on, was again an assumption made. The one thing we do know is that, again, we get the free 5-star, standard 5-star every year on Anniversary. I think there is some chance that, given that 6.0 is going to be our Anniversary patch, that one of the... Because apparently we're going to be getting 2 5-stars, though again... nobody's really credited with that guess, given that that's been true of not one and not one. First patches at 2, one first half, 1 second. That Pontalone is apparently going to beat Rhymegrass Dendro, and then we're going to get some prior unknown gal from the Korolevsky troop. She might be standard, I don't know. You might be able to get her for free in her own starting patch, but I don't know. Yeah, there's no way to upgrade any treasure compass that isn't Temple of Space or Nodcry. Which makes it all the funnier that we're getting Mondstadt, a standard type Mondstadt area using the original compass style, and no ability to just map out the whole area. It's a shame. Yep, and that of course takes us through the pathway up to Cage of Suchness, but you can't go back. If you already went here, there's nothing. Well, people were talking about Nicole's passive making all compasses work like Nodcry and Temple of Space, but I'm pretty sure that was just wishful thinking and speculation. I haven't seen anything that actually indicates that it actually works that way. Yeah. Let's keep on going. It has been 5 billion years since I've seen anything new to do with a Dendrograna. It's nostalgic in its own way. And we can actually... Can we knock the nuts down? We cannot knock down the nuts. This is so sad. Okay. But I'm excited for Sneznaya. I think it is very, very plain that some of the reason that the maps in Nodcry have been maybe a little smaller and less innovative is because they've sort of been saving their concepts for Sneznaya. Yeah, it is useful, but it's not as useful as the new compass styles. I think it is kind of plain that they're sort of saving upgrading previous region compasses to the new functionality style as a break glass in case of emergency quality of life upgrade for when people really, really start complaining. I mean, it's the same reason we haven't got more... We don't get as many free rolls as their other games, because this game doesn't really need the help. I've seen them. And a lot of people have been joking very specifically about the HSR Fate collab. You know, why am I in Britain? Why am I in Night City? Oh, that's right. It's the one we break. We also have switch to activate. Oh, there are more. This is actually nostalgic. What would be really funny, though I'm pretty sure we don't have that going, is if they had some of the teleporters, the spinny balls, or the special Dendrograna that you need the vintage Lyre songs to activate. Yeah, guys, you can't complete Temple of Space unless you've done Aranyaka. Sherman Lester. I mean, I'm just surprised that they're getting a round 2 with Gilgamesh and Reen, which apparently she's gonna be erudition and he's gonna be destruction. Though again, not as if we know for sure yet, because the quad characters apparently aren't going to show up in beta. Okay. Let us continue. I think this is a good time to take a bathroom break. Let's fight the mushroom first. A phase 2 of the Fate collab, apparently. Yeah, especially when they're saying that even the beta isn't trustable. I mean, what's even the point at that point? I'm gonna fight this mushroom and then take a quick bathroom and snack break. Though that might be kind of the point. Given that the banner's gonna be so long, maybe they want to drop it on people. To max out whatever little FOMO they can get. Well, I'm fighting this guy first. We've already talked to him. Okay. Mordava. This is a fun fight. Only because I have the one team that you can actually do the fight with. But that's fun. And yeah, we gotta iframe that stuff. Cool. And, cool. Which is Loner. Let's keep on going. And... Alright. Did actually get your energy back, but... Oh, how about wait for... this sort of bit of things. Thank you, and I guess we're gonna get a little bit more in there. One more hit should do it. Yeah, normally I can do it in... well, it's relying on some quick crit luck from Bina and I guess Llama. Do it in just 2 rotations, but that's fine, that's fine. Okay, cool. Well, local legend's dead again. It's happened a lot. I will be right back. BRP. Take this opportunity to empty your own tanks or something, get a snack or whatever. I'll be back in like 5 max. Okay, I've returned to the land of the living. Oh, but as I was saying before, the hardest roles to play in that theoretical 6-man Elden Ring, multiplayer playthrough would be probably either, well, in terms of the ones that require the most pre-existing game knowledge. Because I had thought it through in terms of how you'd have to stat yourself out. Because the idea would be, especially for strength and dexterity, to have it be, anything whose highest stat requirement. Because everything in the game's got requirements for, normally strength and dexterity for weapons, intelligence, faith for spells. Some things are irregular. Some things have requirements for arcane, which is, you know, sort of a weird, funny stat, which is... Oh, pertains to dragons in blood, like I mentioned. Because they're, you know, sort of a blood faction in the game. But also to bubbles, oddly enough, but that's only one thing. It's not much. Oh, we're gonna have to use a normal Dendro on this? Perhaps. Could use a Dendrograna for that. Probably. Oh, we need to use some of the sand to make more Ruins torches. There should probably be another one down here, too. Yeah, we can... Oh, that's even crazier. I haven't had to deal with this kind of puzzle in so long. We have to hit you with Electro in order to make that invisible torch show back up. This is so nostalgic. We don't have to Dendro you first, right? No, we don't. We just have to... Electro, you do even have any Electro currently in the... I guess it's Anefa. Something Dendro Anefa. It's hard for me to say if they made one free between Reen and Gilgamesh, which one they would be making free. It is honestly very, very funny that they made... Well, time to shoot. They made Archer the free one because they assumed Saber would sell better, and she probably did, but then Archer ended up being better. I mean, I know the grounds on which you're making that assumption, and I don't necessarily disagree, but Gilgamesh is also super popular. And honest to goodness, though, I mean, they can do whatever they want. I think it'd be very bizarre for Gilgamesh to be weaker or on the same level as her. Well, at the very time, I don't know, because, you know, the entire thing about Gilgamesh is that he's the world's biggest jobber. He never takes any fight seriously, so he loses lots of fights that should, at least in theory, be very winnable for him, because he just won't fight at full power. I mean, that's why because very infamously, the climax of Unlimited Blade Works, because Gilgamesh shows up in all three routes of Fate. In the Fate route, Unlimited Blade Works, and the third route. And the third one, he arguably has the worst showing because he just gets totally nuked by that route's girlfriend. Oh! I landed that snipe. Well, Goku doesn't go easy on people. He just takes half an episode to charge up his attack. That's different. So what's underneath? Caught the vulture right out of the air. Desert Pavilion Mirage. Oh! There is a second version of the area. Aha, there you go. So what else is in the real version? One memory cluster. That's kind of it. A rock. 2 chests and okay. Well, I mean, to make a long story short, honestly, they made Archer free because he's a guy. And they figured that if they had to make one character free, they would make the character free who less people would probably roll for of their own accord. I mean, and honest to goodness, I personally would be more interested in Archer than Saber. But one, I don't play the game, and two, I'm not really typical in terms of a player of that kind of game in the first place. That's just how things are. But I think... I mean, and part of it is that, you know, these are assumptions being made, and you're free to disagree with them. I mean, as long as we're not arguing, I'm happy to discuss. That in a lot of cases... Yeah. Well, I think a lot of it is that Saber ended up kind of overwhelming from a kit perspective, whereas Archer ended up actually being very strong. It's in the same sense that, you know, despite, and I think it's unfair to generalize a fan base, especially from a country as big, you know, despite a lot of people stereotyping the Chinese fan base as being, you know, like very stereotypical, like chuddy dude bro, you know, that's a nicer way to say it than some people would. And, you know, like, you know, thinking all the male characters are like gays with AIDS and thinking they should all be removed from the game, like, and gender swapped or something. I mean, it is the Chinese player base who objected most heavily to the New Viet nerf, and they're the reason that the New Viet nerf was undone and we got 1,600 free Primogems. Because they're also very invested in meta, and also, honestly, they're a big enough country that it's kind of fraught, at the very least, to stereotype them. We've got... You have, like, fans who are like, kill Capitano for good, I'm glad we got Escafie and Skirk as the cryo characters instead of him. You also have fans doing, like, Nuvi Fury couples cosplay. Politics. Oh, we were discussing why Archer ended up free in the HSR collab instead of Saber. Oh, they're Traveler. Well, what I mean is that, what I was saying is that, yeah, exactly. You know, thanking them for the Apologems, even though I have New Viet, but don't use the Spindling tech. Tell me about your era. My era? Well, officially I was an apprentice, in reality I just hauled bricks. There's one thing worth mentioning about those days. Everyone working on the mausoleum of King Deshret got double rations of beer every day. The pyramids were not built by slaves. They were built by skilled artisans who were paid in bread and beer. I miss those times, though I can't remember what it tasted like anymore. And where's Kashama? Kashama's gone to inspect the building and see what got damaged. Don't worry about her, though. It's safe here now. I thought about picking up HSR, at least for the collab, and then I realized that I already have Saber and Archer and actual FGO. So I'm not... I was sort of, you know... What would be the point? But I mean, I don't play it as much anymore, but it's picking up an entire new game no matter how good is a tall order. It is still very funny that we've only gotten one collab in this game that was done as a peace offering to Sony so that they would let people migrate PSN accounts to PC and other consoles, and it ended up being Aloy. Yeah, Fate's good, but it's also kind of old. About the fighting strength rankings, well, that's top tier, no question. And that, as in your... Goodbye, Sue. I guess they might have mistranslated it because the pronouns were weird. Let me... This guy, Vanipede from Pokemon. Did he have any other dialogue for us to check? What kind of name he got? Wiki does not talk about his name origin. Guess they don't know. I mean, the main thing about it is that, as grindy as FGO can get, oh my goodness, I'm defending FGO. They don't have any kind of auto mode, so its grindiness always has to be at least somewhat tempered by the fact that people are going to have to do it manually. So there's only so bad they can make it before people, like, you know, bombard the headquarters. Not really. Not really. It's a good game, but it's all about... It's really about the story. You have to enjoy reading it, or you have to like the characters enough to be fine skipping story every now and then. The battle system is not particularly interesting. I mean, I like it, I've come to like it, but again, it's like Stockholm Syndrome. And it's a very old-style gacha game. They didn't even have pity until relatively recently, a couple years back. I mean, the big thing about them is... oh, we can use this to climb up and get that. Memory factor. They rely a lot more heavily on getting lucky before hitting pity, as opposed to Hoyo style, which is I mean, you're probably going to be hitting pity, and it's really more a price you pay for a character, and sometimes you don't have to pay as high a price. Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's not good. It exists, though. But I'm saying that previously it did. They didn't even used to have any pity at all. It's an old style gacha. Yeah. Vitruvian man. Finally, now I don't have to worry. Don't have to wonder where that sand in my mouth used to be. What was your era like? Suppose my era comes slow after Josephus is. You're familiar with him, aren't you? Still, the history in between remains largely the same. To think that a whole generation could slip by without a single meaningful change. Oh, Josephus might have actually been from Sumeru Desert. Because Sumeru Desert does have a lot of the Middle East in it, which would include... Oh... you know, the Jewish Roman territories. Looking at it that way, my era is nothing more than a temple of space, albeit one where everyone grows old. That said, my social standing is far superior to his. After all, I had a spot reserved for me in the cemetery of Irminsul trees. Do you have any legendary accomplishments? Actually, the golden ratio for the human figure in fine arts. I was the one who performed those calculations, and that's why he's Vitruvius, because of Vitruvian Man. Somewhere down the line, though, the Vitruvian form became Vitruvius's form. Now, countless generations, actually, I believe I was the naked model for that sketch. I've had painters from the later generations walk up to me, look me up and down, and say, you know, your physique isn't all that impressive. Did they strip him? Uh-oh. To which I reply, because it was never meant to be me. Bye now, see you next time. Yeah, I will say that you can only hit pity once on the banner, but something important to know is that it's kind of changed, but duplicates are not nearly as important in FGO, because all they do is slightly increase some of the numbers on ultimates. Okay, yep, Vitruvian Man, exactly. Oh, I didn't know that there was an actual Vitruvius. I guess I didn't really think that Da Vinci got the word Vitruvian from anywhere. Okay, cool. Oh, but as I was saying... Well, the thing about Fontaine is that it's a bit of Rome and a bit of France. And the Rome part of it comes from Remus, who was explicitly stated to have been from Sumeru Desert, because he was too much of a bitch to beat Deshret. So I guess it would make sense for some sort of Roman-inspired people to be from around Sumeru anyway, though that might be more of a unified civilization sort of thing. Okay. Let's continue. So how are we going to get to the Mirage? It says Makani Kagan. Of course! Yeah? I'm always happy to sing. What song? I'm the great Kagan who rules thee. Yeah. I will say I respect people who play ZZZ for the male characters in the same way I respect people who do that in Wuwa. I can't say I do that in their position though, but it requires a certain type of strength. Sure. Sure. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I'm the great Kagan who rules the Seven Realms, Word of the Deshret, King Makani. Word of the Deshret. Oh, so he's a king from before King Deshret, or? Probably one post. Sort of the upstart. Warlords, is your honor to be granted audience with me this day? Oh my goodness. I can't believe I'm Gumi Megpoid now. Yeah. Have it be like just me doing every part but one, and then you sing that one part. So it's mostly me, and then just... I'll sing it in different tones of voice. I'll do one of them in falsetto. You can see it's almost like it's a different person talking. I'm sorry. Was there actually a king like that in history? What, have you truly never read my name among the inscriptions carved upon the obelisk? Has history grown so blind as to favor my vanquished Kur Humayun over the king who broke him? Who must have known those poets and scribes I found were but fawning pretenders? Gorging themselves on my favor will leave my legacy to rot. I should have executed them all back then. I mean, it's fun that game has interesting combos, and it made me think about actually picking it up. But it's very much a sort of, okay, I mean, you can do all those crazy combos and ridiculously complex routing with, you know, Banyue or Billy or Haramasa. And then they just end up worse than whatever than like, you know, Yidhari or whatever, who literally showed up the patch off. It... Gorging themselves my favor, leaving my legacy to rot. Should have executed them all back then. Considering the muddled history of the desert, it's hardly surprised. A pity never beheld the might of our legions, spreading like black clouds across the horizon, or banners blooming like a crimson dawn. The thrones we trample to dust beneath our horses' hooves. To think that such a glorious reign was but a passing mist forgotten by the world, like those frail words of Tolital of poets to sing their praises even now. Nice. There you go. Just tell me what you need me to sing and when I need that in by. There you go. Your humble servant takes leave. How you possess a keen sense of decorum. I find your conduct quite pleasing. And what else? The other guy he mentioned. Let me see. Humayun. Okay. Makani Kagan. Yeah, it's kind of sad that, you know, despite having, you know, non-human and non-humanoid characters, ZZZ threw that away rather quickly. Maybe named after Mukun Kagan of the first Turkic Khaganate. Never thought about Sumeru in conjunction with Turks. And it's Humayun, 7 towers. Okay, so it's just 7 realms, maybe 7 towers? Humayun. Oh, just one king of Tolaitala. Okay. So he was someone who was supplanted in. Okay. When I'm done, you have to get in line like everyone else. Fairness. And cruelty. So I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen a single probable construct here. Yeah, I didn't know he wasn't out yet. Oh, so what people have been showing about his gameplay has all been trial? He looked really cool. People are saying that, you know, now that we got 5-star Anby and 5-star Billy. So at this point, we should be getting a 5-star Nicole with 3.0. Oh, okay, so he's second half? Okay. He's their Lowen. This is Nagavaya. Yeah, it's very, very interesting how many common rider references you get in any kind of Weeb or Weeb adjacent media. That therefore just go over the heads of anyone Western. You know, because unlike Sailor Moon and, you know, because Super Sentai had Power Rangers, you know, a bastardized version, but a version nonetheless. Sabin was originally going to do a similar thing with Sailor Moon, but that just got translated. You know, apparently, Sabin wanted to do a Kamen Rider adaptation originally. I'm not familiar with Toku at all. I should be. I want to be, and I think with the increased time I have, I should try doing that. I mean, the ones that I see people talk a lot about are Kuga and... Oh, do we... From up top? Or, okay, we probably have to just pick that one up and get rid of it. Kuga and Game. I saw some tweets recently about... Oh... What... Game had this sort of anti-heroic, you know, catty gay pastry chef rider who was a straight guy in real life, for better or worse. Yeah. You know, all gay people are fake. Gay people don't exist. They made it up to sell more gay people. That sounded wrong. Okay, there we go. And City Stream Lamp, Lantern Light. Okay, so that's just Temple, right? Probably. Sand puzzles aren't doing much. I mean, somewhat. They're probably going to get depleted pretty darn fast when... I mean, Lowen, Nicole, and their weapons are both next patch. Yeah, exactly. I made you up. You don't exist. Oh, but as I was saying... Oh... It was Bala talking about, you know, there were boy precures. I didn't get to say it, but you know, the boy equivalent of a pretty cure is a common rider. You know, the male equivalent of a Magical Girl Henshin is just Toku. What kind of teams does he have? Nagavaya esteemed seeker acknowledges an airbot of the skeptics. Oh, Nagavaya Nagarjuna. Respect her contribution on behalf of the academics. So he was uplifted before Nagarjuna was exiled to Girdle of the Sands. Yeah. Mr. Eigen, I don't feel so good. You turn into dust like Peter Barker. Never heard of this Darshan before? Well, I mean, we have. That's because it's a long story. Back then, the academia consisted of more than 6 Darshans, under the guidance of my benevolent mentor, the great sage Nagarjuna. Yeah, exactly. Well, is in... What do you mean, star? I was asking about what Billy's teams are. And I was talking about how, at this point, in terms of the starter characters, Nicole is the only one who doesn't have a 5-star version, but apparently she's going to be showing up in Sky Britain, Rose Caliph or whatever. I get people talking about that on my feed, even though I don't play the game. So she might be getting her 5-star version. Oh, okay. Oh, because I joked that I joked that gay people don't exist and that they all got Thanos snapped. They're going to disappear like Peter Parker. And then they said that, you know, they don't exist and that half of everyone went away. Oh. Yeah. Don't worry about it. I know you exist. Darshan held a modest place among them. I like early 2000s alt and new metal and 80s new wave. I like edgy music for people with depressive tendencies. At that time, we believed the world must be clearly divided into 2 poles, light and darkness, Kvarena and the Abyss. Haven't seen Kvarena in a long time. That was the special Nabi Malikata pseudo-celestia power. I mean, in the end, it's... So what you're saying is that all gay people are robots? Humanity is going to be succeeded by gay robots. You know, that might not be so bad. Well, Did the screen show wrong? Yeah, that was you, not him. Oh my goodness. This chat widget is silly, because that was what you said. You're the one looking for those songs. Minty leave. Okay. Only then will the whole Sumeru, including the forgotten people of the desert, understand that we were always meant to stand as one. I mean, honest to goodness, the simplest thing to do would be to find a Linkin Park song. I can't rap, but I can sing. Yeah, you're a gay robot? You're Billy Kid from Zenless Zone Zero. Including the forgotten people of the desert, understand that we were always meant to stand as one. You want to unite the desert folk? Unite? No, I merely sought to enlighten them regarding their true enemy. But unfortunately, can likely surmise the outcome. Does that mean the jungle or forest, or does that mean the abyss? His tribal chiefs, puffed up with their own might, defamed me as a dangerous schemer and expelled me before I even had the chance to state my case. Yeah. If you can rap, you can be Mike Shinoda in a Linkin Park cover. I lost my way in the desert. When I woke up, I was already here. Yeah. When I was in college, I was in a men's choir. I sang tenor 1, though I would say that my chest voice is really more tenor 2, or even baritone, as I've gotten slightly older. Because when I was singing tenor 1, I had to do it pretty much entirely in falsetto, and so my falsetto was really strong. I know, if you go back to the VODs channel, there was, from years ago, some Christmas a cappella that was supposed to be Christmas karaoke, but I couldn't get the backing track working in time. Yeah, exactly. Later I lost my name in the desert. When I woke up, I was already here. I heard that those tribes were obliterated shortly after the abyssal calamity. They had no idea how fragile their might truly was in the face of the abyss. Yeah, so the enemy was again the abyss. Factual run to people calling themselves the Order of Skeptics before is indeed a descendant of our Darshan. I've heard of their deeds. Should they have caused you offense, I offer my apologies on behalf of the former skeptics. The methods we once employed have become their purpose. Our philosophy has been simplified and distorted with the passage of time. Even here time continues to flow, no one can truly triumph over time. Yeah, if he can rap, we could do a Linkin Park cover or something. I put my trust in you. pushed as far as I can go. For this, there's only one thing you should know. Oh. What do you mean soliciting? Oh, exactly. Yeah, well, you're my manager. Effectively. And when your time continues to flow, no one can truly triumph over time. Yeah, maybe I need to learn to rap so he can sing. Oh my goodness. Painful. When did what happen? Goodbye, okay, may we meet again. I'm partially joking. Yeah, if you want, there's a, well, actually you're on YouTube, but whatever, for free. If you have a song you want me to sing, I don't know, I can sing a verse or two. Keeps things interesting. Oh, and also, according to Wiki, 1, we're saving that. 2, I actually don't know that yet. I'm going to have to learn that. I mean, I'll do it for the sake of the cover, but I don't actually know it. At least not yet. Aw. Should be a chest here somewhere, apparently. Wait. A clue. So do we have to... Oh, probably just complete the pillar? Oh, yeah. Open the chest in 60 seconds. Have to follow the pathway? It's another invisible labyrinth. Holy Sumeru. But... Oh, okay. I couldn't see the other plumb bob. Just follow this on our way. Unfortunately, I don't know that either. When I say that the music I like is 80s new wave and, you know, edgy alt-rock, I mean, it's most of what I know. My dad raised me on a lot of old metal music. Do you like Metallica? I'm assuming that's a no. Okay, Adventure of the Interstices, complete 14 open world time trial challenges at Windrest Peak in the Temple of Space. Dame, dame, dame yo, dame yo, dame. Honestly, I'm not sure my voice is deep enough for that. I mean, and that's the pain. It's mostly old English songs that would, you know, mark me as unk. I mean, if you know metal as a Texan, you might know Pantera, but I'm not racist enough to authentically sing Pantera. And oh, has that stayed now that we've, at least for now, it'll probably go away when we reload the area. Maybe we'll mark that or something. Yeah, the one band I've actually ever seen in concert was Metallica. They were in my town some years ago. Oh my goodness. The true Asian. Painful. Okay, is this the way to the Mirage version of the area? How do we get to the Mirage version of the area? Is it just the Oasis here? It's not. Okay. You're gonna kill me, but I'm not familiar with Prince either. It's like 80s, 90s, and 2000s white guy music. It sucks. And I do need to broaden my horizons, but well, that takes time. That takes time. Oh, but that one's beneath us. Where's the Mirage? Where's the Mirage? Oh my goodness. You know, maybe it's gone forever. That would suck. It might be up top. They did highlight this construct when we... Wait. In that case, you need to get really annoying and listen to symphonic metal, like Trans-Siberian Orchestra and Yngwie Malmsteen. I will say, though, that Malmsteen, my jazz band teacher back in high school, was a guy who had done some real touring, quote-unquote. He kind of liked Malmsteen a bit. The thing about Malmsteen, honestly, is that he falls in the category of a lot of music, which is, you know, technically impressive, but artistically soulless. You know, it's sort of, okay, cool, you can play really fast, but I mean, okay, now we know you can play really fast. Awesome. We can only get there by teleporting at this point. That's totally busted. Okay. This is where we fought Punisher Gamora. Hello there. That was cool. It's always charming in a perverse kind of way when they make things that are honestly not accessible, period. Okay. Screwed up. This is screwed up. Oh, Chinese classics. How inclusive is that category? Because it... Do they include Mongolian in that? Because I saw a video of, you know, some guys on a Chinese high-speed rail train playing a... I think they called it horse racing, which is like a classic Mongolian erhu song. Okay. Okay. We're all in a very Chinese time of our life. 50 dendro particles, and kind of surprised they don't have it as power particles. Okay. Let's keep moving up on top of the hole. Area here. Okay. That's automatic movement. Thank you. You have all the teleport waypoints. Yeah, so it's just Guyan left. They've got a training area that is an exact replica of the training area in the Guhua Hall back in actual Chenivale. I wonder when they're actually going to give us Blackcliff Forge. Which is what should be in the southeast of Liyue. Guess we could use this pillar. Sort of east of Sumeru, south of Liyue. And that... Oh, Primal Ember? They've got basically one each of every standard early Sumeru puzzle. That's very charming. So we have the Dendrograna with the rock and the switches. We had the Ruins Torch with that one tree auction a creature. And it's more Dendro Particles. There you go. How exciting. Oh, and we've got 2 of the invisible stairs. Maybe they should have more areas of these type, so we can have reruns of old puzzles. I don't know. And yep, it's one of these Primal Embers. Release. Oh my goodness, it's been so long. And it doesn't show you the Sumeru puzzle tutorials, because this isn't Sumeru. Oh, and it should be able to go on that sconce, right? It's gonna light the torches back up. Oh my goodness. It's like 3 years ago. In a good way. Okay. So that one actually showed up after we killed the angel. And just a couple more chests, and we're done here. Okay. Alright. This is also one with an invisible staircase. Desert Babylon Mirage. So again, right now on our mannequin, we've got Attack Circlet, which is going to be used for Prune. Energy Recharge is good. I think that will determine whether we end up having to give her an Energy Recharge Sands or not. How much Energy Recharge we get from substats. Because I will be giving her Skyward Atlas, so we finally have someone who can actually appreciably make use of the thing. She needs 4,000 attack to max out her buff. The jury's kind of out on whether Nicole or Bennett buffs count towards that. And she's really just for Varco or an on-field Venti, though. Which isn't nothing, but it's kind of whatever. We'll see what happens, and she is first half with Nicole. So I suppose we'll see how many constellations we end up getting, if any. There's a non-zero chance that I end up having to get C1 Nicole in order to get any prunes, because that is what happened with Well, almost what happened with Varus and Yansan, that I got C0 Varusa before getting C0 Yansan. And ran the risk of getting another constellation for either Zhanyun or Varusa on the way to getting Yansan, who thankfully did show up. But yeah, it's totally cut off. This is not spatially connected to anything. Only accessible via teleport. And okay. So there's actually nothing left in the apathic interval, it seems. Which is, yeah, over here. How far can we go in this sea of cubes? This is kind of viscerally unpleasant. Pretty darn far. Oh, not there. It's kind of round. Yeah, a bit of a circle around it. This radius. Can't reach this little island. And this was the Hell Realm from the World Quest. Which, again, a lot of people made edits, so instead of it being, Part 3 Hell, it was Part 3 Philippines. Mostly Filipinos. It's... It's impossible to discriminate against Filipinos more than Filipinos themselves do. They did a good job of making it feel otherworldly. I mean, in particular, I think some of it comes from the fact that this was the first patch where they discontinued PS4 support, so they were able to code and build without having to really think of, but how is this going to work for the PS4 player base? And they were able to, for better or worse, completely disregard those hardware specs. Which is funny, because there are a lot of things that still come out on PS4 just because the specs upgrade from last generation of this one wasn't really all that much. And there are so many people who, as a result, don't have a PS5 and don't really have much interest in getting a PS5. I mean, I don't have an interest in getting a PS5, but that's because Sony barely has any exclusives anymore, and what they have doesn't much interest me. And usually it comes out on PC anyway, if I really was interested. I think I would like to maybe play the God of War and Horizon games eventually, but I'm not in any huge hurry. No, but as I was saying... It's not in here. I mean, it's all empty, but it's nice to clamber around. Oh. Did get the Switch too, because Nintendo exclusives are never coming off Nintendo. Despite everyone of their mother being all, Nintendo needs to stop making consoles and focus on their exclusives. Well, the only reason they can really make those is because they've got their closed ecosystem. I will say that as time has gone on, they've gotten a bit less. It was really the Wii to Wii U era. They've tried to do things with Switch's limited gimmicks, such as the mouse mode on Switch 2, but those haven't gone as far or been as important, really. I mean, it is what it is. They announced, you may or may not have seen, a remake of Star Fox 64, that they're just calling Star Fox, which is even funnier. But, because at this point, the Star Fox series is mostly just remakes of the same game. You have the original Star Fox on Super NES, Star Fox 64 on the Nintendo 64, as the name indicates, which is a remake of that game. Star Fox 64 3D, which is that game again on 3DS. Now you've got just Star Fox, which is the same game but on Switch 2. And notably, Star Fox Zero on the Wii U, which I did not play, to be fair, was also apparently more or less a remake of the original, albeit with a few more changes. Sort of a loose retelling of the original story. I will say that it does look pretty good. I like how, honestly, kind of ugly the characters look, if you've seen those. Oh, let me pull that up real quick. Yeah. They're very detailed in a way that's almost grotesque, and I like that. You know, there's a bit more sort of cuteness, I suppose, kind of more anime animal. Though these... You know, the original box art on the Super NES had these kind of grotesque puppets, which the guy who made them is not a huge fan of the new designs, though of course that's, you know, personal taste and individual pride, honestly, in part, but it's very plain that the new designs are at least in part based on those. That will be coming out in about a month's time. Depending on what I'm up to, it'd be interesting to try out. It's not that long a game, though it does appear to have a good amount of replay value because it's a classic arcade-style game. Multiple paths depending on your performance, they added a mission mode. It looks pretty fun. Also, kind of scratches the Kid Icarus Uprising itch. Yeah. It grew on me after about 10 minutes. Because it is trying to do something. It's got some interesting creative integrity, in that, again, it is deliberately a little grotesque. I will always have respect for designs that are kind of trying to be, you know, moderately ugly in a charming way, if you catch my drift. It's a lot harder to make something that's ugly and appealing than it is to make something that's just generically cute. And I do tend to respect people who go for the pathless trap. Fair. The big thing is that there was a leak about... Let me see. There was a leak, quote-unquote, about the Star Fox remake setting up I can't find it right now. Setting up another original Star Fox game, because again, we've had, you know, 3 remakes now of the original, and Star Fox 2 on the Super NES, which originally never came out and was only available, you know, only after a couple years ago on SNES Mini and Virtual Console. And because it was a totally finished game, sequel that never came out because it was going to release too late in terms of the end of the SNES's lifestyle. Kirby's Dream Land 3 came out after the 64 was out. It was a great game that made fantastic use of the SNES's tech because they had years of getting used to it and knowing what it could do, but it didn't sell that well because it wasn't the newest console anymore. Yeah, it's interesting. I would call it a sort of ugly cute. And that kind of design is a lot harder to make than something that's just generically standard cute. And again, anytime anyone tries to do something that's creatively different or risky, I do tend to respect that. But there was Star Fox Adventures on the GameCube, which was the last game Rare made for Nintendo before they got bought up by Microsoft, which originally wasn't even a Star Fox game. It was just a sort of Zelda-like called Dinosaur Planet. Then there was Star Fox Assault, and I think that was for the GameCube. Star Fox Command for the DS. But the series is about half just remakes at this point, which is hilarious. I mean, it's not as bad as Last of Us, which is a series that is 60% remakes. It's got 2 games and 3 remakes. 1 game remade twice. Though, to be fair, at least they remade 2 different games instead of remaking 1 game multiple times. I don't know. Well, remaking 1 game 3 times. So let's check out Luoyang, because nothing is there. I think we might actually beat Luoyang. Well, I already made the thumbnail for Sunday, and it's got Luoyang on there. So let's... And, wow, it already says 100, and it's... Perhaps. I mean, I have a big backlog, and there are games that I already haven't completed. Things that are new, and things that I still need to beat. I still need to beat Silksong. I think next week, I'll take a day to just beat that final boss, especially since it shouldn't take long at all. It should take I'm gonna say it should take an hour max. It may take longer. Because my plan for Silk Song is to... There's cheese you can do to simultaneously get poison weapons and health regeneration. Because normally those don't work together. In that you have to inject yourself with bonus mass, bonus hearts, etc., whatever you want to call them. Which if you've got the poison tool, that gives your tools poison ticks, those masks explode in a poison cloud, so you're not really normally able to get yourself... You need 5 extra mass, and if I recall correctly, then a 6 gives you bonus hearts. Yeah, that's your favorite game. You've talked about that, right? He did that design similar to Chrono Trigger. Yeah, that reminds me that I need to play Chrono Trigger. Let's go over and let's explore this spot. Okay, okay. I always like when people go to bat for games and works that are unexpected and not necessarily popular. Does it have RLA in it? The robot from Dr. Slump? Which predates Dragon Ball. When that ended, that's when we got our first sight of Goku in the little epilogue drawing he made. Okay, okay. Oh well. The really funny thing, because you like to bring up power scaling, is that RLA from Toriyama's Dr. Slump beats pretty much every single Dragon Ball character with ease. It's like how Mario beats Sonic. Characters influenced by Western cartoons and the gag and cartoon physics aspects can't really beat that with serious works with real feats and consistency. Oh. Don't play Silk Song then. Silk Song will beat your rear even if you're good at platformers. Silk Song's great. A lot of people hated it. It's niche. Team Cherry has said it's niche. That's why they didn't win the Game Awards in Expedition 33. Yeah, that's why last year we got the Expedition 33 awards. Oh. I need to pull something up. Let me find this. Okay. So some months back... this is going to be hard to see. Probably. Immune to gag? Wait, it's an actual feat that they're immune to gag? As in destroyed, or just needs to be cleaned? Okay. So. This was Roblox showing off their official AI generation of a game. And it's literally just Expedition 33. It was... People were joking, totally by accident, they created the most legendary slander ever, calling Expedition 33 an AI-generated game. There you go. Yeah. Well, Silk Song, when it came out, literally broke Steam. Because they didn't have any pre-orders. So... You had to just log straight and buy it like anyone else. I don't think it really work on YouTube. Perhaps, but maybe if you say something, I'll respond. Did he have warranty on it? I worry. Let's collect these and... Where are the rest? Huh? It's in the direction of... Oh, okay. Or past him. Well, was it a good keyboard, or a... Oh, okay, okay. I'm not sure if it works on YouTube. For Billy? Okay. Red Dragon. Not really familiar. I'm pretty good for the price. I guess it depends on what that price was. Well, you know, as Lady Ningguang once said, roll for who you like. Yeah, it... Let me see. Where are you? You going for Mindscapes? You know, it... I'm sure at least some of you saw, but it was wild how NTE literally has Zenless Mindscape Cinema for their Constellation equivalent. Same font. Yeah. Yeah, I'm an NA. I'm an NA. Though I think they may have been asking the other person in chat. Let's keep going. Odds and ends and... Oh, we picked up a book. No, not a book. A town notice board, odds, ends, and everything in between. Yeah. It... Well, what I will say is, in the end, the message speed is not so fast that I'm unable to keep track of them. So even if you can't at me, or whatever it ends up being, that's not going to prevent me from seeing what you said. Oh, okay. Oh, oh. I mean, what I will say is that at the moment, I'm not looking at the actual YouTube chat window. I have this custom widget pulled up and the browser source for that pulled up, you know, showing me what it looks like on stream. But I don't have the actual YouTube chat window pulled up because I don't have YouTube open. A dog, random dog. Did we save the dog? I think we saved it, but also heard it. Because it's probably trying to load ads and other assets that it may not be loading on the phone version. Hi. And dodge. Tracking is better than expected. And oh, new. Uh-oh. Hi. 1, 2. And that's another one. Is this over? Yeah, it is. There's our chest. Second wave. Second wave. Goodness. I am kind of disappointed that they never ended up implementing a region switch. There were some rumblings that they were going to implement a way to switch your server. That was mainly back when the whole FTC lawsuit was going down. And there were some rumblings about the game literally getting banned in the United States entirely. And it presumably would have been that as a way to transfer your account out of the States. But that did not end up materializing, which... I don't know if I ever wanted to move. I would either have to start a new account or content myself with horrible latency. Yeah. Okay, and... check this here. Non-exploding barrels. So that'll get all 3. Oh, let's not miss. There we go. Shoot through the mud balls. Yes. There's another one. Is it behind it, or... No, there's just one over here. There we go. Simple enough. It's not as generous as it was in the temple. Yeah, well, if I did have to... If I fell on hard times and had to flee to Europe because of political persecution or something, maybe I would move to Italy, which is why I wish it was possible to transfer your server, because either I would have to quit this game, start a new account, or content myself with 100 plus milliseconds of latency. Oh, this is not actually a destructible object. Oh, okay. Let us work our way around. It's so wild that the very bottom skin tag of this was in the game at the start and has now just been expanded slightly. There's a lot about those designs that people have described as quote-unquote sexy by committee. In that they couldn't fully commit to anything and just made something that looked kind of stupid. I mean, because, you know, the folded down shorts, and people are, like, joking about it being a diaper. It's just unsightly. Right? If they really wanted to lean into, you know, that sort of aesthetic, quote-unquote, I mean, they could have just done an actual bodysuit. But instead they went for half measures and wound up with an outfit that looks kind of stupid. Yeah, exactly. If that's what you're talking about, the white folded, because that's the top of the shorts. But it's just nonsense. It makes no sense, and now it just makes everyone mad. Any Whopper flowers here? No, not really. And, yep, you go down nice and quick. Guaranteed crits. Oh, the deer itself got triggered and ran away. Okay. Yeah, it's lost a lot of the urban style. Or I mean, very famously, and maybe this is getting dangerous, but one of the costume designers of the original Star Trek, like when he explained his, design philosophy for making green-skinned alien space babes, talked about how, something that is kind of counterintuitive to a lot of people is that if you're just trying to make a character who's hot, I mean, skin exposure can be counterproductive, because too much and you take away all the mystery. There's nothing secret, nothing to speculate about. And also, it's just, there's room for everything. And when everything's the same, you lose a lot of interesting variety. The appeal of a game with lots and lots of characters is that the characters aren't all the same. When all the characters are the same type of design, the same design language, it raises the question of, why are you even making new characters when you could do it like, I don't know, Honkai Third and make battle suits? And then at that point, you can also focus on developing one character plot-wise instead of having to restart character development with every new character every patch. Yeah, though I think what a lot of people miss, one way or another, is that there's always going to be a culture war aspect to things and a gatekeeping aspect. I mean, it's, for a lot of people, and of course the other way around really never shows up, but it's like the other side equivalent, which again we don't ever get, would be like that, that Habibi El Slut character fan art that I'm sure at least one of you knows what I'm talking about, which is almost less about making something to appeal to a certain audience and almost more about making something that the people that a certain audience does not like. It's, rent-lowering gunshots. It's less a matter of, maybe I don't like this character, but people I don't like dislike the character, and that's what's important to me. Which is a fundamentally perverse way to go about things. I mean, it's, when people were discoursing about The Last of Us 2, about how, like, quote-unquote, Abby looks like a man or whatever, and being like, something, I mean, this is what feminists did to you. No, this is what Neil Druckmann did to you. This is two kinds of straight men fighting each other. No women were involved. I mean, either way, it's stupid, and, I mean, to be honest, you did it to yourself by playing a game by Neil Druckmann. I don't know why I'd ever do that. I mean, Mr. Contempt for the Medium himself. I mean, what I will say is that, in terms of game designers who like movies, I mean, Kojima's the biggest one. But the thing about Kojima, people are just like, why doesn't Kojima just make a game? It's like, obviously, at this point, you could if you wanted to. But he's more interested in making games that incorporate aspects of cinema that he likes, and I don't know, getting to take funny 3D scans of all the actors and actresses he finds hot, then he would be, you know, and to be fair, part of it is also just movie studios. Hollywood is honestly a lot harder to break into, even if you have connections. But it's, you know, Neil Druckmann, from the very start, it was very obvious how he had contempt for the medium. He wasn't like, I like movies, I like games. Let's use what I like about movies to make games that are more cinematic, you know, in ways that only games can be. Like, you don't get anything like Kojima having you plug your controller into slot number 2 in order to avoid Psycho Mantis' attacks, or reading your memory card data from anything Neil Druckmann's doing. Because all Neil Druckmann really wanted was to get enough respect that people would actually let him make movies or release a Netflix prestige series, and oh look, The Last of Us is on Netflix now, and now he doesn't really need to make games anymore, huh? It's, you know, he has Mr. Contempt for the medium. You know, David Cage, you know, the guy who made, you know, Detroit Become Human, aka, you know, tone-deaf racism allegory of the game. I mean, he may not make good games, but he doesn't have fundamental contempt for the medium like, say, Neil Druckmann does. And that, I mean, I have no real interest in playing either, but I'd rather play Detroit Become Human than either Last of Us game, because at least David Cage thinks games have a reason to exist as games. Well, to be fair, maybe not bad, but campy. A lot of people enjoyed it, including people I know. But it's more from the perspective of, you know, it's a cool game that tries to do interesting things from a choose-your-own-adventure standpoint, instead of, this says a lot about society. What it says about society is that David Cage thinks racism is bad, but can't turn it, I mean, understandably, but can't really turn that into an especially compelling allegory. That's what it says about society. You know, maybe that's what that person liked about the game too. It wouldn't surprise me. Maybe I'll ask them now if that's why they liked the game so much. Because they were gonna play Breath of the Wild just for the big merman man. The big merman, I mean. Strange, I've never seen one like that before. I could just get a little closer to take a proper look. Who are you? Right, I'm a scholar. My research focuses on hilichurls. This is actually my first time conducting a study out in the field on my own. It'd be a lot easier if my teacher were here. I have a teacher. Her name is Livingston. Oh, the woman we have to do all the transport for. What I will say is that, aside from, I guess, Haramasa, and maybe Severian, you know, our first B-ranked agent, first 3-star. You know, Zenless doesn't have... its male characters are made primarily appeal to an audience that generally prefers female characters. Which means that they're a lot more focused on being cool or funny than they are on being hot. Or at the very least... yeah. You know what I mean. At the very least, it's not the kind of concern that comes into play when they're making characters like... I forgot Hugo existed, I'm sorry. Yeah, characters like Hugo or Haramasa. I mean, and it's... they have a very specific idea of what their audience is, and that's why they don't put out as many guys, for better or worse. I mean, that's one reason I don't play the game. I mean, in part because I don't think anyone would watch me play it. Part of the reason I play this game is because people will watch me play it because of the ratio. But as I was saying, I mean, and that's part of the reason why Not was Not, but you're never going to get a meta-defining male character like Kaza or Nuviat, or honestly Flynn's. Flynn's is great in Zenless like you would in any of the other games, because the player base ratio is such that for a Genshin player, or the Genshin player base at large, you know, the waifu player is going to see, holy crap, Nuviet's busted. I'm going to diverge from my usual preferences. I'm going to roll for Nuv because he's busted and cool. I'm going to roll for Flynn's because he's cool. He's Sadaru Guju, and he's cool and strong. But with Zenwis, I mean, if they had made Banyue strong, I think you had a lot of the player base getting pissed and being like, how dare you bait me into rolling for a dude? And that's one of the reasons I don't play the game and don't really have much interest in playing the game. Now, I did not roll for Kazo first time around. I got him on rerun, first rerun, Golden Apple 2. We need Golden Apple again. We need a Golden Apple 3. The last time this game ever had puzzles that were actually kind of hard was Golden Apple 2. And a bunch of people complained, and then those people stopped playing because coronavirus stopped. And they quit the game anyway, so there's nothing stopping them from making hard puzzles again, and they still won't do it. Yeah. She's a leading scholar. Well, I joined right before they added Kaza, and I was saving up for reruns for Tartaglia and Raiden, and saving up for Raiden. I mean, for Tartaglia and Venti, and saving up in advance for Raiden, so I was not able to get him first time around, unfortunately. Quite impressive adventure too. Maybe she'll make sense of this. I'll kill you. Take that back right away, or I'm off the Renai circulation cover. Kidding. What are you doing here? I'm observing the hilichurls in this area, and well, to be honest, I found a rather unusual Samatril nearby. The entire tribe here seems to revolve around it. It's technically a shaman, but its status is almost that of a king, and that's the local legend Troldrick that we fought. This really is a previously undocumented ecological structure. My findings might even surprise my teacher. And back house. I won't disturb you then. Alright, I still need to write down a few more observations. Was this Paco? I mean, because... Or one of the ones you said you couldn't disclose. Because I know, and we've talked about this before, that he is the only designer who has even once, openly disclosed, or at least external designer disclosed that they've designed a character for the game. And it was Tinari. Paco, the guy who does most of the Indian servants for Fate, designed Tinari. There you go. That joke's visual. Oh, okay. So one of the secret ones. There you go. One of the ones we just have to trust you on. No worries. Okay, and... Okay, that's an automatic movement. Alright. Keep on going. Falling. Oh, okay. Not real. Oh, Crimson Foot. Why is this temple a space torch in Mondstadt? That's perverse. Okay. Big. Yeah. But as I was saying before, Billy's a whole Kamen Rider reference. He even actually he has a rider kick, but it's out of everything Toku, that was the one series, because Kaiju is technically Toku. It's still suit actors. But it's the only one that got no market penetration, because, I mean, again, Sabin Rider did not end up materializing. Interesting. Oh, and Hilichurl Rogue and Mondstadt, hello there. Nice to meet you. How did that miss entirely? You're kidding. Whatever. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And that didn't hit. That did not hit. Alright. Pick these up. Fingers crossed. If you're a person who prays, pray. If you're a person who manifests, manifest. That's how it works, right? Exactly. Anything? Not down there. What kind of moles? Moles.
しっかりついてこいよ
Dig. Oh, it's a Sealy, yeah. Dormanport has had the first normal Sealies since Fontaine. It's crazy, honestly. So this is an auto move. Let's take that and follow you. Into here. The reason is because the algorithm, if you get information on one game, shows you the rest too. And honestly, it's because people who come in my chat play them, even if I don't have the time to play them myself. And it's good business to know enough about them to carry on a decent conversation. Tag leader for Tithonus. Oh, okay, so you're using a spare keyboard or mobile or... Wah. Taja leader. Unlock all teleport waypoints for at Ruinous Peace, Temple of Space in Mondstadt. Top trail challenges and guide and to a heart that's true. Exactly, but it did steal your good luck. So that might not be so good. For you at least. Unless you want to be really, really selfless. And a Taga lead is or probably Taja lead. Okay. I was asking my father who speaks German, and it is Tagellied. It's a hard G. Or Tagellieder. It's a form of German language lyrical poetry in which a prominent motif is parting of two lovers at daybreak. Sounds like the Daybreak Chronicles, Vendi's bow. Tithonus was a Trojan prince lover of Eos, goddess of the dawn. Farewell for the lover of the dawn. Why do they mean it? Why is it for this area then? Yeah. So basically what you're saying is, I need to repay the favor and get, bad odds in games so that you can have a good month. I'm not sure I'm that nice. I should be. I'm not sure I am though. Oh. Selfish and evil I am. Okay. Let me continue on my merry way and Thunderhelm Balatro. Okay. Let's spam some overloads actually. 2, 3, that was a terrible idea. Let's bring him back to life. Bring me to life. Oh! That would be really funny. If you want me to do a cover with one of your mana Gs, could do Bring Me to Life. It's a good song. I'm sure you know that one. Sure one of them would too. By Evanescence. You know that song. I mean, maybe. Though I think it would be funnier if I did it with your boy. And also it'd be Yaoi bait, which makes money. Okay. Oh, there are Valberries in here. Yeah. The thing about Nicole is that she's actually not a huge upgrade for teams that aren't using Durin or some other strong off-field DPS. Because the buff that she gives to the on-fielder isn't really all that much better, if at all, than Bennett. Especially without Signature or C1. My main thing is... because the buff is team-wide. But for an on-fielder who would have no problem using Bennett's, there's no issue there. And the big thing is that, for example, Klee would prefer to be using Chevy. Chevy, then Fischl, and then either Bennett or Nicole. But since there's no space for Durin on the team, the Cunibors... Let's go... No, we'll let them run off. They can survive and grow big and get revenge one day. Oh. Since there's no real sub-DPS besides Fischl, I mean, buffing Fischl isn't bad, but it's primarily, that's the attack buff on Klee you want Fischl there for. She's not getting all that much more from Nicole other than Bennett. That said, the shield is great since Klee does die to a single hit. But even still, it's not a huge upgrade compared to a lot of the other characters who'd be using Nicole.
しっかりついてこいよ
Now this is something I don't know about. I don't know anything about the gameplay. So it's good that there was someone else here to help you. Yeah. I mean, you could ask anyone. I don't really mind one way or the other. I'm just saying that just because originally, you know, or just because of how Bring Me to Life was originally arranged doesn't mean any cover would need to be like that. Oh my goodness. And dodge. Okay. Yeah, we just dodged that. Cool. Boom. Your own overloads are pretty capable here. And one more. Boom. Nice. You know, maybe I'll do it with myself. And I'll just sing most of it in falsetto. Or maybe I won't do anything. Maybe I'll just sit and twiddle my thumbs and cry.
冒険の褒美だと思って取っとけ
You know, honestly, Pavilion of Hidden Treasures, and that's the Temple of Space again. It's not Mondstadt. I wonder if it's randomized. Generally, the furnishings aren't randomized. I guess Temple of Space is Mondstadt, and Mondstadt is Temple of Space. That's kind of funny. Yeah. I'm not going to... I'm joking. I mean, I don't mind one way or the other. It's your life to live. If we defeat the pack leader, the rest run away, which we don't actually want. They're actually a little stronger than the rest. Because that would mean depriving us of meat. We love meat. Okay. I could do a Fly Me to the Moon cover. Though obviously it would be more of a more Sinatra style than Hayashibara. You know, if it really did come down to it, and I had to answer that question about the game I haven't played, I would have said the same thing. I would have said the movie dates. You know, of course it would have been pure guesswork, but that is what I would have said. So, yeah. Okay, so the rest is over here. I think we can get over to Trildrick, probably. 60. And there's basically nothing other than here, here, and here. There are actually no chests around this island, which is very silly. There was one more over in Nodcry. There were hostile wolves that show up over here that I... They ran away because I killed their leader. Don't want that to happen. Okay. Let's kill all the other wolves first. See what difference that makes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2. Nice. Lots of meat. Lots and lots of meat. But it... Yeah, but as I was saying before, a lot of weeb-adjacent works have Kamen Rider references that fly totally over the head of any American because it has no market penetration in America because of Heim Saban. Okay, but I mean, for example, the Pokemon Low Kicks that was introduced in Scarlet and Violet is a big Kamen Rider reference. I mean, the big thing is that the fact that in Pokemon, the bug type is super effective against the dark type in the first place is a Kamen Rider reference. It's a useful and good word. It is descriptive of the situation. Why did I use Durin? I'm sorry, I'm so tired. Yeah. And of course, then they made Low Kicks, which is bug and dark, because in the end, all the Kamen Riders, you know, who are effective against, dark as bugs because they find the evil organization, a lot of them have their powers coming from the evil organization. So, yeah. Or the rest. I think it depends on the bugs. I think it's unfair to stereotype. Oh my goodness, this is so retro Mondstadt. We've even got Hilitrolls that are actually on towers that are inaccessible unless you shoot people off with a bow. Okay. Lots and lots of use. And there's a Samature on top of that one, huh? Okay. Let's continue our... And it's strong enough that will hit you through. Nice. Cool. Maybe they can leave you alone. But honeybees are important for pollination. Lots of animals play a vital role in the ecosystem. I mean, even mosquitoes do, unfortunately. Which makes me sad, because it means we can't just kill them all. You know, I was talking with a neighbor, and I was informed by her that mosquitoes pollinate chocolate. Apparently. Or they can. Or they're one of the species that do. Maybe we need to find something else to pollinate chocolate, and then we can kill all the mosquitoes. I wouldn't really complain. So what you're saying is that you're going to kill a bunch of bug children with a tiny bug-sized lightsaber? What are the bug equivalent of clone troopers? Interesting. More like a laser fly swatter. Okay. And... okay, I didn't notice at first that you were making a Pokemon joke. Oh my goodness. I mean, it is wild that the second Pokemon episode was arguably the dirtiest joke they ever made in the whole series with the Metapod. And they never did anything again, because they'd done everything they needed to. No worries. And like I said, he can learn to rap and then we can do Linkin Park songs. And, oh, you knocked me off. What? Well, maybe I should have waited for Nicole. Oh well. Okay, well, so there's a teleport waypoint right nearby. I have never used revival food outside of the context of weekly bosses. It just isn't enough of a meaningful top save. The manager of another dude who she wants me to sing with. Because apparently I can sing. And it would probably help him. Hugo friend-zoned you. It's because they've created the problem of him being fragile and lacking poise to give Nicole a reason to exist. Or at least a reason to be on Varka teams. Though again, part of it is also just Durin deals good damage. Damage worth buffing. And therefore the fact that Nicole is a team-wide buffer becomes notable. So this should also go into the center. There appears to be something underneath that water there. Well, let's send you home. Clear out the rest of this hill troll camp while we're here. I turned into a... created one of the Harpasta. That's about it. Hello there. Then we'll go back through this camp. I said it before, but I'm also just excited for Traveler Gun. God of the Interstice. And... follow 3 Sealy Windrest Peak in the Temple of Space to their Sealy Courts. There was one in the temple, I think. And then really it's mainly just, if you complete this puzzle, you're going to be getting that done. There's one more right over Dissaways. Something underneath, or... maybe. Guess not. Donde. Thought I saw a challenge, but it's you over here. And... 1, 2. 1, 2. Get rid of that, and... oh, interesting. The slime was not part of the enemy encampment for the purpose of unlocking that chest. Oh, there you go. That is going to be a small standing glass display case. Why is all the Temple of Space stuff in Mondstadt? Why is all the Mondstadt stuff in the Temple of Space? And again, it is interesting that we had specifically these space cubes with the Omni element, when what we've had so far indicates, including the Angel enemies this patch, which deal Geo damage exclusively, that Geo is the space element. Yeah. I get the impression that it's like anecdotes, is it? That you have to... None of these being Whopper form, which is insane. That's wrong. Where it's at least slightly randomized, maybe? I'm learning so much about this game that I don't play from the messages people are sending back and forth to each other in my chat. This is awesome. I feel so educated. I'm learning things today. Potentially. I'm not sure she'd be able to escape her own actual store manager duties. Maybe. Can't hurt to ask. To ball ask. It does kind of surprise me that only ZZZ has a way to actually switch your playable, your chosen avatar. I mean, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I just want Lamine with a gun. Okay, and... Lamine is one of the best designs, and that's the only character I will presumably never be able to get because of... Well, again, the question is how it's gonna work when we reunite with the Abyss Twin. Whether that might be a Traveler toggle, an entirely different free character, or maybe just rollable. I think my personal bets are them, you know, being a Traveler toggle only for Arc 2. That if you picked either your Lamine in Arc 2 and vice versa. Because my best guess for what they're going to do post Nesnai, which is apparently going to be, some people are saying the end of quote-unquote Part 1, would be some kind of flashback arc, but... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, in the end, if you're going around being someone's task rabbit, they should at least be calling you a manager. Anything else is at least a little disrespectful. I mean, at the very least, a managerial assistant. Maybe. That does show that there. That's good. But at the moment, we can't show the whole area. I forgot that they added to the old compasses, because I'd finished exploring the old areas. It's the first time I've used an old-style compass in years. That, they added more rocks to that as well. You dream of running a talent agency one day. You're like my sister for those few months where she was playing Idol Manager. I think she made a girl version of me. Oh goodness. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it if you do. I don't know. Let me see this here. You're immune to Animo. Awesome. Okay, come on. And... Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, you know, this is the first time I've had to let the filter through in a while for anyone other than her. Well, so the final seat was going to be here in the camp. I guess we can fight Childrick while we're here and see what's at the bottom. Well, something takes one to know one. I mean, you'll never believe that what's true about a lot of people who struggle.
Would you like some foods?
Okay. I was just handed a plate of falafels. Falafel. Which I'll eat in 15 minutes. When I hop off. Okay. So we go here, clear out the camp, and that's all. And it's kind of wild that we still can't get past here. Still got, of all things, that little peninsula, those modeled islands, and then those placeholder islands over there, which aren't connected to what is presumably Snezhnaya up top. If I had to say sun about what I think those placeholder islands might be. I would say permanent golden apple, which people have talked about and thought about sometimes. Falafel are great. Middle Eastern food in general is fantastic. It's had a long, long time to get good. Okay. It's so nostalgic. If I wanted to be really funny, I could use Koi or something. Maybe. I guess it depends on the topping. Spicy hummus. Harissa. Harissa is Middle Eastern hot sauce. Got some garlic in it usually. I picked this up when, honestly, current theater is Nilu in it. It's got triple Kankis. I honestly should have picked Nilusi one for the 100% ring uptime, but I didn't really need it. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, you could. It's just that you would feel guilty, probably. And then Bala would kill you. Maybe. I don't even know. Maybe she would celebrate. She managed to beat me. I mean, in the end, I've only gotten the one bottle. Okay. This pot is not a physics object either. It's bizarre. The fences, the little bivouacs have not been... Oh! Holy crap! We haven't seen one of these since not long. Fallen waterfall, and it's in the shape of Tetris pieces. Of course. Okay. Oh well. Well, you should spend those on hot takes and impressions. It's more interesting than just spending it on telling me to drink water. Because I'll probably drink water anyway. At least I should. Looking forward to getting that, YouTube monetization one day. Oh, we missed one. We should be fine. I need to oh, it's a heart. That's cute. Specify that the hot take can also be for singing or something. Okay, so this is... It's done. It's kind of impossible to lose that. As long as you're not too stupid. It's a me, Mario! I was trying to hold my nose and make it all nasally. I mean, maybe I should just make it line read, because I can't do impressions. Or maybe I just need to get better at impressions. I'll never grow, I'll never change, I'll never improve. I refuse. Okay. And as expected, it's really tough to destroy this shield when half of your attacks are all pyro. Wait, is Yizuan an HP scaler? Is Yizuan physical? Is physical the HP element in Zenless? Do they even have a devoted HP element in Zenless? I mean, because in this game, as I'm sure you all know by now, HP scaling is take the Sealy out of the pot. There you go. I think this spot's done now. It's actually homing in the Sealy right now. Hydro is the HP element. The only HP scaling besides that is, initial Zhongli buff, which was really not emblematic of how Geo works, or HP works. That's right, we do have boat-style HP for the moth. I don't know what that is. I can learn it. This should lower the water level now. Yay! Let's see what this is. Well, there's a Ruin Grater. What's going on? What's going on? Just down there. Let's work our way down gradualmente. I have never heard of that band. I've heard of Geese. Haven't heard of Goose House. But like I said, I'll learn anything for the sake of fun and profit. So let's take on these two Ruin Graders.
物語は始まったばかりだよ
It shouldn't really be a problem like this. And
足元に気をつけて逃げようなんて
okay, alright, simple enough. Let's come on. Permanent vaporizes. And there wasn't even a second wave. I was gonna say Ruin Graders are pathetic at this point, but this is Mondstadt. I guess you could easily bumble your way in here from as a starting player.
戦利品か
I'll do anything for fun. Is that better? Well, that isn't even true. I do try to have standards. Try. Yeah, generally. Black or orange. In most cases. Old school essentials. Classic adventures and the forms that shape them. Because it's the first time we've had anything Sealy Court related in a long, long time. Yeah. The only things left on this little peninsula? Nice. Never mind. We can beat Trolldrick and then 9 minutes is not enough to start So on Sunday we can finish Luyang Academy, cash out of the shop here. I mean, there's very little left. It's already showing 100 and even though we've still got all of Luyang left. Yeah, exactly. Do you consider yourself good at dodging and parrying? You were the guy to go for the Wuwa Luke solos. You did talk about that. How many? We got a good amount. But I'm still going to need to farm a bit more, most likely. For Lowen, but I do have first half for that, so that's not a big deal. Again, on one hand, Lowen being standard means fewer canopies. I mean, fewer cons. On the other hand, it does mean that they probably expect him to get better with Snezhnaya because of its emphasis on on-field cryo drivers specifically. Apparently. I will say, I mean, there are reasons for it, and those reasons are generally good. But I do kind of regret that this game lacks perfect dodges or parries. It is what it is. I mean, to be fair, the fact that Wuwa and Zenwis have those is part of the assumptions that the devs make with regards to the gameplay preferences of their respective audiences. You can make your own judgment on whether those are accurate or not, but it is what it is. Let's go ahead and beat this guy up. Come on. Will we hit? Yep, you dodged over it again. And total burst whip. Come on. It did proc even though you ran away. Well, what I will say is that is sort of true, but as time has gone on, they've become a lot less focused on reactions, and a lot more on monoteams or other, less on reactions as a source of damage and more as a way to turn on certain aspects of playable hits, which for a lot of people is less legitimate in terms of, reactions being part of the gameplay. It's complicated. I mean, it's... Next patch we've gotten with Iridori, and then the rerun with Ayake costume. Next patch, 6.6, we're getting another parry combat minigame event. You know what? Let's... Who should we use? Let's use Oluga just for fun. They do have perfect dodge mechanics and parry mechanics in the game. Exactly. We got 5-6 minutes left. Let's go fight that local legend one quick time, just for fun. Okay. It's the dodge one, and then I'll go fight the parry one. I will say that Local Legends are probably the single best edition the game has done. And for all the things I criticize about Notgon, the fact that they add so many more, even more than they did in Nodquai, is absolutely fantastic. That's good. Big Hugo damage. Okay. So the damage we directly deal is nothing, really. High perfect dodge mechanic. Dodge. Okay. Dodge. Cool. And 3 of them will have you put up your ward. Dodge. Dodge. Hello! I will be on for approximately 5 more minutes. I do apologize. But I'm doing a couple of gimmicky little fights for fun, just to show things off. Using this guy. Dodge. No worries. Sorry about that. I'll be on tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern and Sunday at 11 p.m. Eastern. And starting next week, I'll be able to get on in evenings too, which I wasn't this week because I was... Oh, sister's been home. Yeah, just... Oh, it reset. It reset. Does it reset after 5? I think it might. Let's see. Yeah. There's a puzzle you do in Sulphurous Veins over here, triggering some cubicle rock-shaped switches. It unlocks this guy. It's very fun. And it made me wonder if 6.0's gimmick was going to be perfect dodges and parries, and then it wasn't. So, okay. And then this guy's shield breaks. Dodge. He gets a lot more intimidating this way too. But we don't have to get hit by any of those. We can just dodge the first, let him do his combo, and... Wow! Okay. Timed out, huh? Okay. Come on. Dodge. Yeah. 3 breaks that shield in 1 hit. Dodge. Cool. So then 2 more. Yeah, oh, 100%. But like I said, they make certain assumptions. I mean, I don't want to get into whether those assumptions are correct or not about what kind of gameplay, level of complexity, and skill expression their player base tends to enjoy, which is why the game's kind of got more simplified, for better or worse. Yeah, well, actually it's more like 2.5 now. I'm going to fight the Perry Local Legend who's over here, and then it's going to be done for the day. It's been fun. We got most of the exploration done. I wonder what I'm going to do next week with the movie event. Because I mean, there is Teapot, but there really shouldn't be any exploration left in town, in Dornman, and I want to save that for Rowan. To see if anything counters with Lowen, or the signs with Prune will have anything different to say if you use Lowen or Prune from. I don't know. I've got 5 billion hard mode TCG matches that I've been saving for a rainy day. That may be what I end up doing. Yeah, but thank you for popping in. So, apologies to the people who just showed up, but I am hopping off shortly, but you can watch me do some funny parry combat. The best kind of combat. Says the Souls fan. Oh. Okay, let me see this here, and... tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Texas is Central, right? So that'd be about noon your time. I wish that was the case, but one, they don't need it to be physical to use parries, and the other is that apparently, though, I mean, who knows how accurate it is, the mechanics of Stellar Conduct are based around buffing Electro and Cryo, and have nothing to do with physical whatsoever. Okay, cool. Well, we'll have plenty of time. New elemental skill, parry. You've got no artifacts, which will make this go on a little longer. That's okay. Hi there. It's been a while since we did this one. Hello. And... 1, 2, 3... Well, I screwed that up. I should get a little farther away for that. It has probably been a year since I did this fight. For fun or profit. Okay. Oops. But at least we get to do that with a funny new outfit. Okay. Let's see what kind of attacks we're going to use. We can parry every kind of attack, not just the ones that light up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Cool. Big damage. Ow. You know, what's interesting is that Lamin's charge attacks actually deal more damage than Ether's. I timed that wrong. That's okay. Cool. And countering those big attacks gives you more back. Really parrying the shockwaves on the ground are just for fun. Okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is the big one, honestly. Because you can get so many perfect deflections. I would be dealing a lot more damage if I had any artifacts, but it's more fun this way. Okay, cool. Nice. And whenever you counter one of the attacks with a little right circle, you also get a fun little big damage swing. And what do you know? The parry combat event is going to work exactly the same way. Oh, no, that's also parryable. But that was the 5 rectangle one. 3 is not like that, I'm pretty sure. Who knows? I'm sleepy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's quite variable. Well, one more parry should do it. You know, on my feed I saw the Bang Boo parry. In that, apparently they had an extraction shooter where you play as Eos. You know, even if I never play... Oh, that was pathetic. You went down to the single slash. Okay, cool. Well, is there any other local legend anyone wants to see me fight right now? Otherwise, I'm probably going to hop off now. Cool. Well, this will take 30 seconds, and you can see how strong Zebai is. Oh! Actually, that's a great idea. Because this team is fantastic against it. All the Geo and... The crazy thing is that Illuga, of all characters, has a crazy amount of blunt/poise damage on his skill and burst. They can, together especially, they can stagger pretty much anything. That includes Capybara. This thing is not a threat with this team at all. Cool. I actually fought this thing on my own time. I think I did. No, I did actually go on stream after Linnea's. Yeah. After Linnea got her own silver Capybara, I went and fought this guy. Because it was relevant to ongoing events. Cool. So... Oh my goodness, that's fall damage. 3, 4... Got a good amount of defense too. Nice, and... We're gonna... Let's wait. This might not be the time. Come on. Yeah, we were maybe a little too fast. No, that's actually perfectly fine. Lunar Crystallize itself is good here. Nice. Yeah, he stood no chance. Yeah. She's good against most things in general. She's... This team for me gets to around 183 DPS. 183k DPS. It is... by no small margin, my strongest team. Let us... I'm hungry. Metaphorically. Let's fight one more. This was the one... Yeah. This is a Geo Shield too, which is fantastic for this team. Supercomputing array. Even when I can't get the full combo off because it decides to do shockwaves, it's no problem. So this is the real last order of business, and I'll eat my rapidly cooling falafel. So, cool, and dodge that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and... Oh, this is the round shockwave, so we can actually get the combo off. Nice. Well, of course, her damage is primarily from her skills. And, well, we didn't even get off a third. Easy. So, it's been good. Thank you for popping in. It was pleasantly busy today. We argued, we laughed, we cried. We collaborated and listened. So, on that note, I'm going to be putting myself at a leg-up position and figuring out what I'm going to do on Sunday once I get done with exploration, and on sometime next week when I get done with the event, because... Oh, that's right, I should catch up on Hangout events. I still have 5 billion of those, 10 of those to do. Yeah, thank you for watching. It's not ramen, it's falafel. Unless I'm going blind in a very bizarre and hallucinatory way. So, sayonara again to you, and it's been good as always.